Welcome to tonight's meeting of Georges River Council. I declare the meeting open at 7:01 p.m. I'd like to acknowledge the Bidjigal people of the Eora Nation, who are the traditional custodians of all lands, waters and sky in the Georges River area. I pay my respect to elders past and present and extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples who live, work and meet on these lands. If everyone could please stand for the national anthem.
Australians, all let us rejoice, for we are one and free. With golden soil and wealth for toil, our home is good by sea. I let the mountain nature's gifts of beauty rich and rare. In history's space, let every state of man's Australia bear. It's our strength and let us sing. Australia bear.
For the opening prayer, which tonight will be led by Pastor Brian Tongue from St George Anglican Hurstville Church.
Let's pray. Gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you and praise you for your creation, for our nation Australia, for the city of Hurstville. Thank you for the diversity, prosperity and opportunities that our community enjoys. Help us not to take these gifts for granted. We thank you for all those who contribute to our society in so many different ways, in commerce and economics, in education, in law, and many who do so on a voluntary basis. We do remember those who are in need in Hurstville, the lonely, the isolated, the sick, the grieving, the brokenhearted, the elderly, and the new arrivals. Please bring them comfort, provision, protection, and relief. May our community not only be one of prosperity, but one of kindness and generosity. Please give wisdom to our local leaders and council members as they govern Hurstville. May they seek justice, fairness, and the long-term well-being of all residents. Guide them in making wise decisions about housing, infrastructure, safety, and community services. Help us as citizens to contribute positively to our city and to care for our neighbours. Have mercy on those who call Hurstville home. Teach us to trust in Jesus, your Son, to love you and one another, and may your name be honoured in the city of Hurstville. Your kingdom come, your will be done, as it is in heaven. Amen.
Thank you. Please be seated. Apologies. There were no apologies for tonight's meeting. I have a request for leave of absence from Councillor Ambi Haberha. Are there any other apologies? No? So we'll have that apology up on the screen. I might read it out. That in accordance with section 234 and 254A of the Local Government Act 1993, a leave of absence be granted to Councillor Ashvini Ambi Haberha from the period of the calling of the federal election up until the federal election day, inclusive of these days, and that Councillor Ambi Haberha's annual fee not be paid during this period as requested by the councillor. So councillors, I will put that motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against? I declare that carried. There were no requests to attend the meeting via audio-visual link. Notice of live streaming of council meeting. Staff and public are reminded that this meeting is being recorded for minute-taking purposes and is also being webcast live on council's website. This recording will be made available on council's website. Persons attending the meeting should refrain from making any defamatory comments. The order of business is as shown in the agenda. Council's Code of Meeting Practice prohibits the electronic recording of meetings without the express permission of Council. Disclosure of interest. I have two already from Councillor Lansbury. She's disclosed a non-significant non-pecuniary interest in item CCL 01924 for ENV 00925, appointment of community representatives to the Georges River Local Planning Panel, for the reasons that one of the candidates for the Georges River LPP is known to Councillor Lansbury through local government. Councillor Lansbury will remain in the meeting and take part in consideration of the item. Councillor Amber Haberhart disclosed a non-significant non-pecuniary interest in item CCL 02325, reconstruction of a new aquatic facility at Carles Park, status of the February 2025 Council resolutions, for the reason that she is the ALP candidate for the seat of Barton for the 2025 federal elections, as mentioned in the report. Councillor Amber Haberhart will remain in the meeting and take part in the consideration. Councillors, do I have any other disclosures? Councillor Marnie? Oh, sorry, Councillor Arthur, sorry. Oh, who's? Councillor Patton.
Sorry, I must have hit first. In respect of the second last one, the second last motion, Netstrata is the managing agent for my complex, on which I'm the owner and committee member.
And so, what sort of interest are you?
Non-significant, non-pecuniary.
Non-significant.
Thank you.
And you've submitted that through.
Yes, I will.
Excellent, thank you. And Councillor Arthur.
I'd like to declare a not significant, not pecuniary interest in item CCL 023-25, which is the reconstruction of Carles Park Hall. Labor's candidate for the federal election in the seat of Hank Ziegson is referenced in the report, and I'm currently working on his campaign, but I do not have any control or influence over the process to commit funding for the hall.
Thank you. Councillor Lansbury.
Madam Mayor, I just wanted to highlight in Councillor Amber Haberhart's disclosure, the wording has been duplicated from mine. It doesn't actually say in reference to Carles Park Hall. Or it might now, but it did 5 minutes ago. Yeah.
Okay, we'll get that fixed up. Thank you, Councillor Lansbury. Councillor Wang.
Yeah, so I have similar declaration as the Councillor Peng. I have a property management at Strata. No, what is not significant, no pecuniary.
No pecuniary. Okay,
Yeah.
and if you could just submit that through to the staff. Councillor Marnie.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Disclosing an interest in NM 015 25 Glenlee, because I belong to both Open Flora and Fauna Conservation Society and Friends of Glenlee, which are part of the preserve property. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Councillor Allison.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'd like to declare disclose a non-pecuniary, non-significant interest in NM 015-25 Glenlee, as I'm similar to Peter, a member of Open Flora and Fauna and a member of Friends of Glenlee.
Thank you. Councillor Liu.
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to declare the non-significant and non-pecuniary interest for the item CCL 008A-25 naming rights agreement with Netstrata, because one of my investment property being managed by this company. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, any other interests to declare? No? Okay, we're going to move on to public participation on the agenda. There are 29 speakers registered for tonight's meeting. In lieu of addressing council in person, there have been written submissions provided by 7 registered speakers, and they'll be read by a council staff member. I'll remind the speakers that speakers have a limit of 3 minutes, a 3-minute time limit. The first sound you hear indicates you have 1 minute remaining. At the second sound, please conclude your comments. And as we have so many speakers tonight, we will need to strictly stick to the 3 minutes. I'll also remind speakers that by registering to speak tonight, you have confirmed you have read and understood Council's Code of Meeting Practice and agreed with the terms to abide by Council's guidelines for speaking at a council meeting. So the first speaker tonight is Jenny Huang in person, speaking on NM 01425, mandating the collection of food organics and garden organics, FOGO, from households by July 2030. Jenny, if you could just put the microphone on, pressing the buttons. Yep, perfect.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Jenny Huan. I'm bilingual educator of Ethnic Community Council of New South Wales, ECC New South Wales. I'll give a speech supporting motion NMO 14-25, mandating the collection of food organics and garden organics FOGO from households by July 2030 and in stages for business and institutions starting from July 2026. The New South Wales Parliament has recently passed legislation on it. ECC New South Wales was a grantee of previous rounds of New South Wales EPA FOGO program. It's my pleasure to be here to share some of my work experience collaborating among all the community groups, especially called for FOGO. Firstly, we conduct a couple of surveys for participating residents and businesses. The main objective of the research we would like to gain were first, deep dive into people's feeling about FOGO service. Number two, understanding if there are culture barriers, attitudes that will stop them from using the service well. Number three, inform the New South Wales EPA's messaging and resources to engage crowd residents and business around the FOGO. Number four, key objectives are to identify triggers for those moving to FOGO service and their interest in FOGO service in general, or if the current red lit bin service is cut back to fortnightly, perceive the concerns and benefits of FOGO, prefer the methods of communication and engagement. Secondly, we ECC New South Wales successfully engaged the crowd groups through face-to-face interactive workshops, purpose-made in language resources and online videos. Through these initiatives, participants were better educated on how to reduce, reuse, recycle, and rethink waste for transiting into a circular economy by minimize food waste and garden waste. The New South Wales government is providing a suite of supporting programs for councils and businesses, including grant funds for infrastructure, education, and guidance to help communities transition to new FOGO services. ECC New South Wales is a not-for-profit organization, and we are looking forward to working with Georges River Council on FOGO program. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wang. The next speaker is Lucy Watson, speaking on CCL 024-25 off-leash dog parks.
Oh, hello. Oh, no. It was entirely in the wrong spot. Dear council members, hello. My dog and I live in Cogra in a small flat. When my dog was a puppy, we were both struggling to manage her energy. And we were lucky enough to meet a responsible and caring dog and human community at Cogra High School Oval, which helped her learn to socialise well. We lost access to that space in 2023, and we are so grateful that the council has seen the need for a suitable, safe space for our dogs to play. Sadly, the space the council has nominated here is not a safe and suitable space. The lower space at Hogben Park, where the dog park is currently proposed, is prone to flooding. It develops large pools of water during big rains. This is not just a problem of us needing to wash our dogs every time they come out of this space. Such flood-prone areas also pose significant concerns for disease and insect control that affect our dogs' health. There is a big possibility due to this that we will not be able to use that space for large parts of the year. The area doesn't get enough sun to address this issue, and its proximity to the canal already poses an issue for insects. I am aware that there have been assurances of drainage solutions, but I do not believe that they are enough to overcome all of these inherent problems. Additionally, the proposed location is right next to a very busy road. Even with a fence, Harrow Road and the roundabout to Rockdale Plaza Drive is just too busy for it to be safe. I've lost where I was. There we go. The space behind the basketball courts at Hogben Park, however, has none of these obstacles. It is this space that dogs and owners who are able to socialise in an unfenced area have already been using. It is elevated, it has good sunlight, it's further away from the road. It also can utilise the basketball courts as a natural barrier between our dogs playing and the people lots of community who use the space for eating and socialising on the side of the park, who don't necessarily like dogs or want to interact. We hope the council can accommodate this request, as we really urgently require a suitable space for our community. Many dogs and their humans live in this area and, like me, live in flats and small spaces. So Wood Dog Park is essential, but one that is impractical in so many ways will be a waste of money and also a problem for the local community, all of us, not just the dog owners. But nobody there wants waterlogged, sludgy and largely unusable space for a really beloved park. Additionally, people love sitting there in the good weather when it's not sludgy. People love sitting there and taking photos.
Just wrap up, sorry, thank you.
We'll wrap up. Thank you to the council for facilitating this meeting and supporting us in the creation of a suitable off-leash dog park in Hogben.
Thank you, Ms. Watson. Our next speaker is Lydia Serrano, in person, speaking on CCL 02425 off-leash dog parks. Ms. Serrano, is she? No? Okay. Maybe you can come back if she arrives. Okay, we'll go on to speaker number 4, which is Bill Yuan, speaking in person on ASS 013-25, Hurstville School Precinct Traffic Study Outcomes.
Hello, Honourable Mayor, Councillor members, and all community representatives. My name is Bill Yuan. I'm come from living George River Council, and I'm the parents of my children studying in Hurstville Public School. And thank you for gathering here today. And I stand before you not only on my own behalf, but also as a voice for hundreds of parents, students, and residents who have long advocated for safer streets in Hurstville. Over the past 5 years, through monthly school parents meetings, held by Hurstville Public School, Councillor Ben Wong, and all other parties like Transport for New South Wales, we have collected over 1,000 parent surveys, document photos of peak hours congestion, and collaborate with 6 schools principals to produce the Hurstville school zone traffic study. It's a community driving blueprint for transform the report's recommendation into actionable solution. In here, I would suggest that present you with a 15-minute safe traffic net proposal. We can remember that it's a moment of parent with witness in 2019. A boy who was in a rainy school day and the child was hit by a car at Forest Road and unfortunately passed away. But we adding all together, we're building all the reports together now. We collected data. It's evidence-based to show that we can do more better and to protect the children's safety. So the reports is not only just the data, it's a proof that when parents are heard and community wisdom meets professional, and we can solve even the most ancient urban challenge. So in here, in conclusion, it's 5 years ago that we suggest that to have a community co-government platform. We encouraged everyone to use Traffic Watch application to enable real-time reporting of illegal parking or hazards, and council need to respond it in 48 hours to guarantee that the traffic report has been finalized. And we also asked that to have a free proposal for free electric shuttles service, launch 2 routes connecting with schools, Hurstville Station, and Westfield Shopping Mall. The goal is to replace 13% of private car trips to reduce congestion. We also suggest to use some more AI traffic light pilot to install the signal in 4 key interactions like Orange Street to optimize green light to time to reduce 25% of wait time.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. If you could.
In conclusion, 5 years ago, that children who lost their life on Forest Road started high school, but we cannot wait another generation to act. The proposal in Hurstville's preach to become a human-centered city. I would like to ask everyone to see not just the plans and numbers, but the face step of children who deserve safe passage to school. Let us unite behind one promise. No children should risk their lives just to get to school. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Our next speaker is Zhafa Gasanov, in person on CCL 02425 off-leash dog parks.
Good evening, council members and community representatives. My name is Jafar, and I'm here to speak on behalf of many local dog owners regarding the location of the newly funded dog park in Hoagland Park. Last year, a few members of our community had the opportunity to meet with the council in a meeting led by Alice Borg, where they had discussed the urgent need for safe and well-maintained space for small dogs. The closure of Cobra Oval for our community left us without a sustainable alternative, and we were hopeful when the idea of a new dog park was introduced. We understood that it would be located behind the raised flat area next to the basketball court, a dry, well-drained and safe location. However, the area now selected for the dog park is on swampy, waterlogged ground, which does not drain properly. This means that within a short time, the grass will be destroyed and the park will become muddy and unusable. We have already seen this issue at the Bayside Dog Park near Fry's Reserve, which has become actually so poorly maintained that it is no longer a practical option for those of us with indoor pets. Beyond usability, there are also serious safety concerns. As it has been mentioned, the current location is close to a busy traffic corridor, increasing the risk of accidents. If a dog manages to escape, it's going to be a big thing for us. Additionally, it's a near creek where dead rodents, often poisoned by the baiting programs, are frequently found. This presents a major health risk for dogs, potentially exposing them to toxins and diseases. Our request is simple. We would like council to reconsider and place the dog park in the originally discussed location near the basketball courts. This area is already where dog owners naturally gather. It has better drainage, is far from the playground, and most importantly, provide a safe and more practical space for our pets. We truly appreciate the council's commitment to providing dedicated space for the dog owning community, but we want to ensure this is a functional and safe and beneficial for everyone. Relocating the park to the original planned site will accomplish that. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Gassner. Our next speaker is Sonia Rita Baxant, speaking on NM 01725, reduction in tree canopy cover.
Good evening, everyone. I strongly support the motion for council to call on the state government to reinstate the Greening Our City Grants program. Georges River Council area has one of the lowest tree canopy coverages in Sydney at 20.59%, which is a very long way from the 40% target set by the state government. Trees play a vital role in our environment. Trees help create thriving and sustainable communities. Trees mitigate urban heat and air pollution. Trees increase local amenity, support biodiversity, and improve community health and well-being. The importance of trees cannot be understated. Northern Beaches Council area enjoys a 37% canopy cover. They have created a tree canopy plan because they recognise that the push for increased development will impact the existing tree canopy cover, and they are taking measures to retain and improve their existing tree canopy. Their tree canopy plan commits council to planting 5,000 trees per year for 20 years on council managed land. I would like to ask if Georges River Council has a tree canopy plan, and if not, why not? Trees and the current low canopy cover are under further threat from the new low and mid-rise housing policy, which will see thousands of trees removed due to smaller lots, more driveways, and a loss of street trees. The Greening Our City Grants program provided a much needed helping hand to councils to plant more trees. I would strongly urge council to push for the restoration of this program. We need all the help we can get if we are to meaningfully improve the extremely low current canopy cover. I would also encourage council to continue to work with Landcare and planting as many trees as possible. Please consider and prioritise the quality of life of current and future residents and mitigating the impacts of climate change by taking advantage of all possibilities to increase the tree canopy cover. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Craig Croft, speaking on CCL 02425 off-leash dog parks.
Thank you, Mayor, Deputy Councillors and Council staff. I'm speaking today specifically in favour of the recommendation to remove the off-leash dog park at Merv Lynch Reserve. I thank the Council for the opportunity to hear this submission. Firstly, I commend the Council in making this recommendation, and the residents appreciate all the consideration that's got us to this point so far. This is the right decision after the trial period. It takes strong leadership to recognise genuine issues and to take action to remedy them. From all the residents in favour of this move, thank you. This decision restores peace of mind and will help alleviate mental health concerns that we've endured since the off-leash area was endorsed in February 2023. It also restores our ability to maintain a level of quiet enjoyment of our properties. Once more, something that's been sadly missing all this time. And it reduces the risk of future escalation and conflict with park users. Pending the ratification of this recommendation, Council should consider removal of the double gates accessing both Gregory Crescent and the barbecue area of the Merv Lynch Reserve. This will discourage continued off-leash use of the area. If these gates were only erected at the continued request of the dog group using the park, Council may find better use of them at another location, perhaps saving budget against a larger project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Our next speaker is Melina Amarasinghe on the CCL 02125 Low and Mid-Rise Housing Policy Stage 2.
Good evening. My name is Melina. I'm speaking on behalf of Friends of Oakley on the Low and Mid-Rise Housing Policy Stage 2. We support the Georges River Council in continuing to advocate for resident and council agreed consideration to develop increased housing in our suburbs. The New South Wales Government planning reforms, however, will bypass local councils and remove the homeowner's right to object to neighbouring developments. This will have a devastating effect on our community and on our environment. This will see traffic chaos, massive pressure on infrastructure, density stress with 3 to 6 story unit blocks and duplexes. There'll be less gardens and paving. The more paving, less parking, more noise, lack of privacy, the significant loss of our tree canopy, loss of bird life habitat, increased temperature, decline in property values. It will see the loss of the scenic amenity of the Georges River with the foreshore scenic protection area under threat. And it will destroy the village atmosphere and leaf greeny character, the reason many of us chose to live in these Georges River suburbs. This aggressive one-size-fits approach will impact our heritage, amenity and environment. In 2020, more than 500 residents, organisations such as Friends of Oatley, Oatley Flora and Fauna Society, wrote to the council objecting to changes in the state government planning increase on urban density. In 2000, council hired at much cost consultants to prepare a foreshore scenic character study and biodiversity study in the LGA. These studies made a number of recommendations to protect and enhance the values of biodiversity, local character and scenic qualities of the Georges River. In February, once again, residents objected to state government planning reforms and council have supported us. And at the meeting of March 24, council resolved to amend the Georges River Local Environment Plan by the insertion of character overlays into the local planning reform. I would like to ask the council, was this actually done? Because I couldn't find evidence of it on the council website. And I urge council to consider joining forces, collaborating with other councils who are also trying to navigate the way through to working with the state government in a way forward to sustainable housing for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tika Lee in person. Question is notice 005-25, Community Involvement with Australia Day Honours. Tika Lee.
Hi, Mayor, Councillor and committee members. Firstly, I stand here tonight as a local resident and committee stakeholder. Would like to acknowledge and appreciate the positive impact of Georges River for establishing this award. They are not only recognized outstanding individuals and groups, but also contribute to a broader social influence and engagement. Secondly, I sincerely thank you, Deputy Mayor Lancy Liu, for putting up this question with notice. This discussion helps and change the community involvement aspect of this award, ensure they better serve their purpose of encouragement and fostering strong social connection. The Australia Day's honours remind us of the power of selfless contribution and community spirit. This evening, we come together as a resident of Georges River community to ask, are we doing enough to ensure our local volunteers are recognized? Organizations like CAS, Multicultural New South Wales, and Volunteer New South Wales do a great job of nominating individuals for state and national honours. But local recognition matters just as much, especially for migrant volunteers, seniors, and grassroots contributors who may not even know this process exists. With that in mind, we raise the following question. Number one, awareness. How do the council ensure all the community members, including seniors, migrant volunteers, grassroots contributors, are aware of this nomination process? Support. Can the resident or organization freely submit nominations? Is support available for those who find process challenging? Judging panel. Who sits on the selection panel? How is the fairness and diversity ensured? Diversity and inclusion. Does the council engage with multicultural communities such as through multilingual outreach? Nomination period. Is the nomination windows long enough or could more consultation improve participation? Those questions echo concern raised by Deputy Mayor Councillor Liu. They are not raised to criticize, but to strengthen the process to ensure it's transparent, inclusive, and fair. Volunteer doesn't seek recognition, but as a community, we have a we have the duty to honor their contribution. Let us ensure no act of service is overlooked. Let's celebrate for those whose silence ring the place we call home. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Our next speaker is Catherine Logan, speaking in person on NM 023-25, Council-related Development Application Policy. Thank you, Ms. Logan.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, councillors and council staff. I'm speaking in support of Councillor Lansbury's motion for a council-related DA policy, a change in process where councillors are to be given prior notice of DAs to be filed on behalf of council and a chance to provide their feedback. I have a real-life example of why this reform is so necessary. On 20 December 2024, council filed a DA, which I will refer to as the Cars Park DA. I'm very pleased to say that also as of late afternoon, I'm speaking in favour of Mayor Bald's motion to withdraw it. The applicant's Milestone, Ost Proprietary Limited, Council's Town Planning Consultants. The application has been developed using funds from the New South Wales Government, intended to streamline approvals for street festivals that have access to mass transit. Clearly, neither of these criteria fit Cars Bush Park, which is zoned public recreation. Council has filed 2 other DAs using funds from the same program, which do appear to fit the criteria. They're for streamlining street events in Hurstville CBD, and the other is for Kogarah CBD. Both of these DAs make sense. For starters, they're both for streets with good mass transit infrastructure. There's only one business in the park, the By the Bay Cafe, which opposes the proposal. The park has no mass transit access. The Cars Park DA proposes that it will provide an overarching approval for up to 52 events per year in the main historic part of the park for the next 5 years. It proposes that these events may be multi-day, commercial, ticketed and/or closed to the public, attended by up to 20,000 people, with parking on the flat sports grounds for up to 2,000 cars, and operating 18 hours a day between the hours of 6 a.m. to midnight on any day of the week. As you can appreciate, this proposal has caused a huge amount of angst amongst residents who live in the suburbs surrounding the park and the general public who use the park now for low-cost celebrations, sport and relaxation. The Facebook group's up and running, letterbox drops are being done, flyers are being handed out, action group meetings are being held in the park, and yes, we're planning a rally. The pitchforks are well and truly out. However, if councillors had been properly apprised of the Cars Park DA back in December last year, before it was filed, I feel sure that they would have been able to save council from this massive own goal. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Logan. Our next speaker is Caroline Hart, speaking on NM 01525, Glenlee. Caroline's here in person.
No, I'll be.
Oh, it's written submission. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Clingan.
I strongly support the motion that the council writes to federal ministers seeking funding to save Glenlee and to evaluate its listing as a national heritage item. Glenlee is not just a historic site, it is a vital part of our national story. It's one of the last remaining examples of its kind. It holds immense cultural, historical, Indigenous and environmental significance. Heritage sites like Glenlee provide a tangible link to our past, helping future generations understand and appreciate the rich history that shaped our community. Preserving such sites is not merely an act of nostalgia, but a duty to protect and celebrate our shared heritage. Losing Glenlee would mean erasing an irreplaceable piece of history that contributes to our nation's identity. Furthermore, the potential listing of Glenlee as a national heritage item would ensure its long-term protection and recognition. A thorough evaluation of its heritage significance at the federal level is crucial, as it would open up additional avenues for conservation and funding support. Federal investment in Glenlee's preservation would not only protect a historical landmark, but also promote cultural tourism, education, and local economic growth. Council has a responsibility to advocate for the preservation of historically significant sites within its jurisdiction. By formally reaching out to federal ministers, we demonstrate commitment to safeguarding our heritage and securing necessary resources to ensure Glenlee's survival. This motion is a step towards responsible stewardship, ensuring that future generations can continue to learn from and be inspired by this treasured landmark. I urge all councillors to support this motion and stand together in the effort to preserve Glenlee for the benefit of our community and the nation. Carolyn Hart, President, Lugano Progress Association.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jason Ford, speaking in person on NM 01925, investigation of parking on Bembridge and surrounding streets in Carlton and Cogra.
Good evening, councillors and mayor. Thank you so much for having me here tonight. I come to you with a very simple problem and probably an equally simple solution. I live in Bembridge Street in Carlton, and recently it's become pretty bad when it comes to parking. There's been a lot of units that have been completed recently around Cogra and Carlton, which don't have the suitable amount of parking required for the amount of people living there. As such, people tend to get creative and find alternative solutions like parking legally. Down my street, you will find the whole way down people double parking along Bembridge Street. And this causes three main problems. First, it causes personal property damage. I unfortunately had my car sideswiped by somebody who was parking illegally, trying to scooch in nice and close, so presumably they wouldn't get sideswiped. This caused me to have to pay for insurance and affect my premium. Secondly, it's a disturbance. When you have a street lined down with double parked cars, guess what a tradie at 5 AM is going to do when he's trying to get out to go on site? He's going to blast his horn all morning until somebody gets up and moves their car. Lastly, and most importantly, this is a safety issue. When you have a street where motorists cannot see pedestrians, when pedestrians can't see motorists, and motorists can't even see other motorists, you're bound to have an accident. We have many elderly and young children who like to cross the street, and we have a very thriving community on that street as well. So when we're having cars haphazardly following their way down the street with no visibility, this is causing a real problem, and we're hoping that the damage that I suffered to my car is the only accident that happens as a result of this issue. What's the solution? Enforcement. I'm hoping we can start with a friendly reminder to these people who are parking illegally to correct their behaviours and not park in such places. Alternatively, if this doesn't change behaviour, we move to fines. I'm aware that the council has a significant amount of parking rangers who are able to come down to Bembridge Street and surrounding streets in the evening or early morning and have an absolute field day. Anyway, thank you so much for your time. I hope we can work productively on this issue.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. Our next speaker is Mr. Brian Shaw, speaking in person on NM 02025, investigation of garbage collection after the waste bin changes. Thank you, Mr. Shaw.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've been coming into this room for 35 years, and you know, I've never seen a garbage contract so badly handled. The residents used to work together in my street, in Hampton Street, when we changed over from houses to units. We actually had bin compounds put in because the council didn't think that was a good idea, and having things solved so we didn't end up with a conga line of garbage bins down the street. The garbage was always collected at about 6 o'clock in the morning. People mightn't like that, but I tell you what, it's better than having it collected as it is now. The garbage is being collected for the units at 9 o'clock. That's interesting, but we don't really need the garbage trucks, one going that way, the other coming this way, and they stop and talk to each other. You know, people actually use the street, and there was nearly an accident last Tuesday. As for the residents who still live in houses, we didn't have a garbage collection for 2 weeks. That's a bit odd. Seeing since Zulu bins came in till this contract came in, we had a regular collection every week. Now, it's not only for Hampton Street. They tell me that in Forest Road at Percival, the contractors came down between 10 and 11 o'clock in the morning. There was garbage bins all over the place. People couldn't get to the station. People couldn't go to the bank. People had real problems. Shouldn't happen. It used to be collected at 6 o'clock in the morning. In Humphreys Lane, they haven't had the yellow bin collected in 2 weeks. I think that's ridiculous. The businesses pay higher rates than the residents do. I'm told in Cogra North there are problems. And in the Premier's office actually tells me the phone's been ringing off the hook with people complaining. Now, what's gone wrong? I see there's communications. I tell you that until I received something in the leader, I had no communications, no letter from the council, no things on the bin, and I really think this is a disgrace
Thank you,
for
Mr.
this
Shaw. If you
council.
could just wrap up your comments, please.
Thank you. I am now. General Manager, you and your director need to get the act together because
Thank you, Mr. Shaw.
this is just not on. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Theresa Cox, speaking in person on NM018-25, e-bikes and e-scooters.
Is that the e-scooters?
Yes.
Thank you. The e-scooters came to Cogra, delivered by 2 former councillors who did not live in the area. The safety issue that the safety presentation came via Channel 7 because the former mayor was riding the scooter in a cleared Cogra Town Plaza. Not a perfect way of starting, but I guess something had to be done. Beam also presented some safety features, namely put a helmet on and also age. Those restrictions meant nothing. Georges River Council did eventually do something about it through the Traffic Advisory Committee by setting up a working party with whom I've had some contact. Their input or output, if you want to call it, is minimal. I went to Cogra Police Station, they washed their hands and said, this is all Georges River Council. What is interesting, and this is now the point where I really focus, is that e-scooter riding on streets and footpaths is illegal. If it is illegal, and it's only at the moment still in New South Wales, some other states have made the e-scooters and e-bikes legal. So we are going to, I've just got to think about this, we are going to spend money on an education program for an illegal activity. The assessment, coming now to the information that's been provided to the councillors, the assessment says that so many rides have been done, and that's it. No balance is provided to that information. So what I see is there's quite a defect in the detail. There's bias in the argument. Knowing these points, and the public health aspect that has been coming forth, I wonder if anybody has been reading the leader, both for Hurstville, but both for Kogarah, St George, and also for Sutherland, because people are not happy trying to work their way along a footpath as the e-scooters, e-bikes, and also the fat bikes go through. So what did we do in the business papers to alert the councillors on what's going to happen if we set up an education program? Well, first of all, the financial impact was abysmal that it's presented in the business papers. There is no cost-benefit analysis. What are we trying to do to put education program in place, and we're going to use an outside company? My answer at the end of this, my question is, we are spending ratepayers' money on an illegal activity to teach us what? Thank you.
I just would like to have a small comment there in regards to the director's comments in this item is relating to the notice of motion put forward, and there will be a full report, comprehensive report brought back to council on the results of the e-scooter trial at Kogarah. This report is not that, so that is why this information is only limited. It's in response to the notice of motion.
Wonderful. I'll look forward.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Linda Simon, speaking in person on NM 015-25, Glenlee.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors and council staff. And thank you, Councillor Mahoney, for continuing to raise the issues around Glenlee and for the opportunity to speak today as Secretary of Friends of Glenlee. The motion that's been put forward shifts the focus to the federal government and opposition, seeking their support for the preservation of Glenlee. Friends of Glenlee and other supporters have been deeply disappointed in the state government and its failure to carry through on commitments made to protect Glenlee. At the same time, we're also disappointed in the previous Liberal government and its failure to act when it had the opportunity. There have been a lot of words uttered about the environmental and cultural heritage of Glenlee and its importance, not just to the local community, but also as a site of Aboriginal and early settler history along the Georges River. But these words have not led to real protection and preservation of the site. I have submitted further photos to Council which outline the clearing that took place on Glenlee last year. We're concerned that continued neglect and secretive clearing will destroy Glenlee's beauty and environmental significance. Unfortunately, the Council's local heritage order has not prevented vandalism at the site. Glenlee needs stronger protections. We've again written to the State Minister Penny Sharp, drawing her attention to the imminent threat to Glenlee. On the 3rd of May, Friends of Glenlee will be launching the book Glenlee, a story of its beauty and heritage. The launch will be held at the Uniting Church Hall in Lugano, and we hope you will all attend. This motion today is very timely, as I had the opportunity to meet with the Federal Minister for Environment and Water, Tanya Plibersek, last week in Oatley. I was able to update her on the Glenlee situation and provide her with reports for her consideration. One of the questions she asked me was whether the Council was supportive of preserving Glenlee. I assured her that you were. I urge Council tonight to carry this resolution unanimously and to quickly send the letters to those in power federally to reinforce the discussions with the Minister and to make Glenlee a federal election issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Next speaker is Suzanne Galuzzo in person on NM 016-25, beautification of Mortdale.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Suzanne Galuzzo and I'm a small business owner. I've been in business a few years now and relocated to Mortdale 18 months ago. I've come to know many of the locals and visitors from surrounding suburbs that shop in Mortdale, and it's a pleasure coming to work every day and being part of a great community. So a little about my business. Purple Merchant is a lifestyle and gift boutique. It has a welcoming and inviting feel for customers to come and linger a while and enjoy its cosy ambience. As a retailer, I understand the importance of giving my customers an enjoyable customer experience. I believe we should work at always being active and making shopping in Mortdale that enjoyable shopping experience. In saying that, there are a couple of things that can help create this experience in Mortdale. So I'm here to speak about beautifying Mortdale Village. The key points are providing warm and inviting timber seating for locals to congregate around, including the ambient lighting around the tree on the corner of Macquarie Place and Morts Road, as seen on the artist impression that has been provided on council documents. That tree could become a central meeting place for our community, a space where people can stroll, meet friends, or simply take in the charm of the village. These kinds of improvements encourage people to stay longer, which naturally support our local cafes, restaurants and shops. Currently, the concrete seating at corner of Morts Road and Macquarie Road, and also the concrete seating up near the Mortdale station, is uncomfortable and uninviting to sit on. So we're requesting that it be upgraded to timber seating that is both comfortable and visually appealing. We'd also love to see some more greenery with some tree planting and planter boxes with some colourful flowers. This would really lift the streetscape and add to the welcoming village atmosphere. I truly believe these improvements in the heart of Mortdale Village will not only help support our beautiful small businesses, but also will also keep Mortdale vibrant and beautiful and a fantastic place to live and shop. Let's work together to make Mortdale a fabulous destination to meet, shop and connect. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Paluzzo. Our next speaker is Keith Crichton in person on NM 02025, investigation of garbage collection after the waste bin changes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, I speak tonight in support of Councillor Gow's motion to make an inquiry into the recent difficulties we've had with the changeover of garbage bins. I live in Cogra Bay Ward, and we've experienced tremendous difficulty, not only with the collection of bins, with the replacing of the bins, the timetables and liaison between council and Viola. There's been financial problems. We have to pay gardeners extra time to come out, fix the bins, replace them. They go out, they're never taken back. Now, I believe Councillor Gow is not interested in looking to find a scapegoat or apportion blame. I believe that he's there now to find out a better way for us to achieve the new transition to the new bins. If we can do that, we will work with Councillor Gow. The people around Bembridge Street, Hampton Court Road, Garfield Street, we will actively work with Councillor Gow and Council to promote a seamless transaction. We're available any time of the day, any time of the night to speak with Councillor Gow or our ward councillors. If there's anything we can do, we will do it. We hope that transition is much better than what we've just experienced. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crichton. Our next speaker is Marilyn Chand. It's a written submission on CCL 02425 off-leash dog parks.
Thank you, council members, for the opportunity to hear our submissions regarding the off-leash dog park at Mervynch Reserve. We are in full favour of the recommendation to remove the off-leash dog park from Mervynch Reserve. We cannot even begin to describe the overwhelming emotions that came over us when we saw this recommendation. Tears filled our eyes at the thought and possibility of regaining privacy and enjoyment of our homes after enduring major effects on all our mental health for over 2 long years. We are glad that Council have thoroughly evaluated feedback from all involved and have recognised genuine concerns, issues and ongoing potential risks in making Mervynch Reserve an off-leash dog park. From the submissions in the Your Safe survey, other residents from surrounding parts of the reserve and streets have also been affected by the noise, lack of privacy and safety issues, not just residents whose houses back onto the reserve itself. It must be noted that while we are in favour of the removal of the off-leash dog park, we ask that clear signage must be displayed at all entrances and fences to what previously was off-leash, as we do not want continued use of the reserve as off-leash. Their actions, both in person and on social media, have clearly displayed the level of aggression that can come from this group. Users of the children's area have also raised concerns about the dog owners walking through the playground with their dogs already off-leash. Security cameras on our homes have captured footage of unnecessary loud yelling conducted to antagonise residents, the invasion of privacy by continuing to come right up to residents' homes, and safety by allowing their dogs to be off-leash in the streets despite asking for a gate to be built to protect their dogs running into the street. Video of all these events have been sent to council and neighbours previously. We seek some rules be in place for the future for the disturbance of peace to residents and residential homes, no matter who is utilising the reserve, as we can foresee some of the group members coming up to our homes in the future out of pure spite and continuing making loud noises with their dogs on leash. They have concerningly indicated house numbers despite the survey being confidential, and we just want peace. We do hope that they find a suitable place in the approved nearby dog parks that can facilitate their needs, and ask that Merv Lynch Reserve never be proposed for an off-leash dog park now or any time in the future. We have endured far too much for far too long. To further save Council's budget, we recommend the removal of the fence which enters from Gregory Crescent to Merv Lynch Reserve and utilise it at another park. We sincerely thank you, Marilyn Chan.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Robin Starhill, in person on CCL 02125, Low and Mid-Rise Housing Policy Stage 2. Thank you,
Mayor, General Manager, GRC councillors. I'm speaking on the Low and Mid-Rise Housing Policy Stage 2, and thank you for this initial report on the likely impacts. Wow, this could well be the fight of our generation, with significant flow-on impacts for the very future of our suburbs. The state government's strong action to resolve the housing crisis now risks creating multiple future crises. It is employing a very blunt tool with its one-size-fits-all approach. Community engagement was conducted by the DPHI, however, it seems that not many yet realise the significance of these changes. Georges River has 2 rail corridors, so we have a very large impact zone, and the effect of these changes in areas such as Mortdale, Oatley and Penshurst cannot be underestimated. Many people are aware of the extra demands that increased housing density will place on infrastructure and services. And it's interesting just to think about our colleagues and friends tonight raising dog parks and parking issues and so forth. Think about how that's going to be extrapolated in the future. Oatley Flora and Fauna Conservation Society will be campaigning especially hard in relation to the devastating impact on the tree canopy, the loss of open green space, the impact of the increased runoff on our waterways, the likely future degradation of our natural environment, and the accelerated rates of urban heating. The work of the GRC has identified potential for at least an additional 8,800 homes. This is well above the state target of 6,300 and achieved within the existing zones and rules. The LMR is a Pandora's box, and we simply do not need to open it. Thank you, GRC, for the work you have done in developing the 2 planning proposals for additional and diverse housing and for biodiversity, character and foreshore. Also for the master plans that you have developed and are working on. This is best practice planning, which enables the required housing targets to be achieved whilst preserving character, foreshore and heritage conservation sites, and facilitating effective community consultation and engagement. Increased housing density and good urban planning are not mutually exclusive. For all these reasons, GRC simply must obtain the state government deferral from stage 2 of the LMR. We urge you to fight hard and cleverly on our behalf to achieve that deferral for our community. And we also call on our community to pressure the New South Wales state government to award that deferral and issue the gateway determination on the GRC proposal. The Minsk government needs to recognise the GRC's ability and commitment to meet the required housing targets while ensuring that future generations do not pay an unnecessary and a very high price.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. Our next speaker is Catherine Ford, speaking in person on NM 01625, beautification of Mortdale.
Thank you. Good evening, councillors. I support the motion to beautify the Mortdale streetscape. The streetscape in Forest Road in the heart of Hurstville is a perfect example of what we need in Mortdale. Seating with timber slats, plants with mulch around them, and lots of greenery in planter boxes. This is what we would like for Mortdale Village Town Centre too. The corner of Cook Street and Morts Road, outside Chemist Warehouse, is a perfect example. This space would be greatly improved by simply adding large planter boxes with trees along that bare wall. There was a tree stump outside the ANZ Bank that should be removed and replaced with another tree, which would also enhance our streetscape. The artist impression of the Mortdale streetscape is the look we are after. The trees in McMahon Street, Hurstville, have lights in them and they look great. The trees shown in the artist's impression of Mortdale looked great too, along with timber slats on concrete seats. It is disappointing that this wasn't achieved, but I hope that with minimum cost, we can enhance Mortdale Village Town Centre to realise the artist's impression. Our town centre is more than just a space for commerce. It is the heart of our community and it needs to be healthy and thriving. By investing in the beautification of our town centre, we can create an environment that supports local businesses and enhances the quality of life for our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ford. Our next speaker is Iris Wu, a written submission on CCL 02425 off-leash dog parks.
On behalf of the Australian Chinese Heritage Paper Arts Club, as its current rotating president, I wish to speak on the off-leash dog park and in particular the location of the fenced area at Hogburn Park. Hogburn Park is a very precious park for our community. This is a famous park with beautiful flowering jacarandas each year that feature in the newspapers every year. People come from all over Sydney to be photographed under the purple canopy of the jacaranda trees. Our group, which is a local Chinese artist group, meets there annually for our Artists in Park session. We use oils to paint the beautiful scenery and colours that is created by the bright purple flowering jacarandas, which we later exhibit at the city each year before Christmas. This park is a landmark in our area, and that is why we choose that location each year for bringing it to life through our art. While we are painting in the park, we observe many other people and cultural groups who meet and gather at this most beautiful location, including Nepalese and Bangladeshi groups and many others. We don't object to the inclusion of a fenced-off dog park at Hogburn Park, but we request that it is in the area specified as option B in the report, which does not impact on the other uses of the park and does not affect the most beautiful and famous jacarandas trees. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. The next speaker is Graham Lashare in person on question with notice 00825, use of second generation anticoagulant rodenticide.
Thank you. As you said, my name is Graham Lashare and I'm speaking on behalf of the Oakley Flora and Fauna Conservation Society on the question of the use of second generation anticoagulant rodenticides. Back in 2013, one of the premier environmental birding organisations in the USA, the National Audubon Society, published a report, Poisons Used to Kill Rodents Have Safer Alternatives. Now, a quick description of how these rodenticides work. Both first and second generation rodenticides prevent blood from clotting by inhibiting vitamin K, leading to internal bleeding. Now, quoting from the above report, one of the potential problems when using rodenticides is that dead or weakened rodents may be eaten by other wildlife, either predators or scavengers. Members of the public deploying rodenticides may not be aware of this or may not follow the product's instructions closely enough. There is evidence of secondary poisoning being caused by exposure to prey. The faster a rodenticide acts, the more critical this problem may be.
For the fast-acting rodenticide bromothalen, a second-generation rodenticide, for example, there is no diagnostic test or antidote. This has led environmental researchers to conclude that low-strength, long-duration rodenticides, generally first-generation anticoagulants, are the best balance between maximum effect and minimum risk. End of quote. Now, of course, members of the public aren't the only ones using these rodenticides. Many government authorities use them too, including councils such as Georges River. I know it's difficult to educate the public on the dangers of these poisons, but I would expect better resourced organisations such as Georges River Council would be well aware of the dangers of these second-generation rodenticides. So I well understand the concern that may be behind Councillor Allison's question. After all, the above report was written 13 years ago, and it wasn't the first one to highlight this issue. It's also 2 years since this issue was raised in Council. In the meantime, our wildlife and possibly our pets as well suffer from the deadly effect of these highly poisonous rodenticides used by the Council. Therefore, I also eagerly await the report's proposed management actions, which I trust will place the highest priority on our wildlife while also achieving successful pest control. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Adrian Polhill, speaking in person on NM 01425, mandating the collection of food organics, garden organics, FOGO, from households by July 2030.
Thank you, Elise. Thank you, Ben, for raising this motion. Oakley Flora and Fauna, as you know, fully supports all of the GRC efforts to reduce greenhouse gases. To that end, we support the purchase of electric vehicles, the installation of solar panels, the bin trim program, the compost revolution, and of course, FOGO. We started supporting FOGO back in 2011, when our Secretary Liz Cameron wrote to the Cogra Council requesting the implementation of a FOGO service. It is now almost 15 years later and we still do not have it, even though in the waste management strategy from 2021 to 2040 on page 64, it says clearly there should have been a FOGO trial in 2022. There's reasons put forward for that. However, it has been delayed and there's still, as far as we understand, no clearly defined schedule for that FOGO trial to commence. The reason why we are so keen for FOGO to be implemented is that actually on an Australia-wide basis, 13 million tonnes of greenhouse gas emissions are created every year from organic waste. So that includes what we generate here in the GRC. So there is some light in the end of the tunnel. The New South Wales government legislation issued in February this year clearly says that there should be FOGO implemented by 2030 for households and actually July 26 to commence FOGO collections for businesses. Part of that legislation allocated $81 million for FOGO implementation across the state. So we urge the council to look very carefully at what they can do to take a parcel of those funds so that they can actually implement or actually hire resources and then provide some planning, training, and finally implementation, because it's not far away and it may take 2, 3 or 4 years to implement FOGO, and there's a huge opportunity right there in front of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Polhill. Our next speaker is Candy McMaster. It's a written submission on NM 01225, Australian Red Cross Lifeblood Hurstville Donor Centre.
The Australian Red Cross Lifeblood would like to thank the Georges River Council for their ongoing support as we open our newest blood donor centre here in the heart of Hurstville. We expect the new Hurstville Blood Donor Centre will boost our national blood supplies by 16,000 donations every year, which will go towards helping save up to 48,000 Australian lives. The demand for blood supplies is growing every year, so integral that we fill as many appointments as possible with the new donor panel. We have 700 appointments, whole blood and plasma at Hurstville to fill each week, so the community outreach and local support is so important. We need council support in order to help familiarise the local Georges River community and increase appointments and frequency to help reach necessary life-saving target demand. Lifeblood will be visiting, engaging and educating the local businesses and community groups, and also invest in a local advertising campaign. Paid media is in market now through outdoor, large format, Westfield and digital social media. We will also be engaging with schools and senior student bases in the coming months, presenting and encouraging group bookings with the youth demographic 18 to 25-year-olds, which is a key focus for Lifeblood. With respect and encouragement for the expansion of our multicultural donor panel, we have bilingual staff that can speak 5 languages to cater for the Hurstville community. There will also be a pilot test with staff-led interpreter services and culturally sensitive blood donor communications. Lifeblood have invested in bilingual signage, local advertising and a local letterbox drop to 33,000 homes scheduled for mid-April. Paid media is in market now and more investment over the coming months as we build awareness and trust. Lifeblood will also plan to work in tandem with Georges River Council for local advertising opportunities, shared voice opportunities and local community events. National Blood Donor Week 2025, June 9 to 15, will be a strong focus for the new donor centre to work in tandem with Council and the community to boost blood donor awareness and Lifeblood team bookings. As we enter the colder winter months, we will also need as much support to appeal to locals as possible as blood donor levels do decrease each time over this time. We are so thrilled to be a permanent part of Hurstville Georges River community and look forward to a long and prosperous future working together for the community and all Australians.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Joe Vitagliano, written submission on NM01625, beautification of Mortdale.
My name is Joseph Vitigliano, the owner of IGA Building in Mortdale. This is what we need fixing in Mortdale. Council to clean footpaths with water as the footpaths are dirty and lanes behind all shops. The trees planted, in my opinion, are the wrong trees as they drop leaves onto footpaths. Example in front of IGA crossing. When wet, it is a safety issue as someone will slip over leaves. As for the loading zone in Cooks Lane, it has been signposted. I would like to know how you can unload a truck when loading zone is from start of gate to end of gate and opening is in middle. The old loading zone used to be from electrical pole to start of the gate. It has been like that since 1991. Can something be done about this before trucks start getting fined by council? Council should plant flowers instead of having those trees. It would look more inviting to street. Regards, Joseph Vitigliano.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mark Sylvan, in person on NM01925, investigation of parking in Bembridge and surrounding streets in Carlton and Cogra.
Good evening, Council. Thanks for the time and thank you for your service. Short and sweet, I'm in favour of the motion. I'm hoping you can back it. I'm not going to speak about the pros and cons of the motion itself, but I just thought I'd give voice to some of the residents there and some of the frustration that the residents of my street and the surrounding streets around my area have in regards to the parking. And I've met a lot of the residents from my surrounding streets, not because I go door knocking or I'm overly community minded, just because they get bounced into our street because they can't park in their streets. So basically, it's, as I said, there's pros and cons for each issue, but basically, people have to double park to unload their cars. There's issues with it. You have to plan what time you go out, so when you get back, you can park reasonably close to where your abode is. And that's pretty much it. If there was more enforcement of some of the parking, that'd be great, and it'd help all the residents that live in the streets all surrounding that area. There's certain times that become problematic, but basically it's just a level of frustration the residents there go through. Also, you guys run a permit parking program, which is some of the residents question whether they should partake in that because it doesn't seem to be any benefit to doing it. I could talk about revenue, but obviously that would plateau if your rangers went around more regularly. But make some gains, I suppose, with the parking permit of the residents. Also, with your rangers coming around those areas, which are quite close to the local shopping precinct, you just have better knowledge of what's going on in your local area. And there are some problems around that area with parking. So that's all I've got to say. Thank you for your time and service. Thank you,
Mr. Sullivan. Our next speaker is Mark Steed. It's a written submission on ASS 01325, Hurstville School Precincts Traffic Study Outcomes.
I'm writing to request your full support for the recommendations outlined within the 2025 Hurstville School Precinct Traffic Study, with specific reference to the 20 recommendations contained within the completed traffic survey that relate to Georges River Council's designated area of responsibility. These 20 recommendations also include some responsibilities shared with Transport for New South Wales, Bayside Council, or one of the schools in the local educational precinct. As the principal of Hurstville Public School since 2017, I have taken a proactive role within the local Hurstville community, and more specifically, Hurstville Public School's journey around all aspects of pedestrian and road safety within the local educational precinct. This has involved ongoing convening of regular meetings with local constituents, representatives from Georges River Council, Bayside Council, Transport for New South Wales, the State Member for Cogra's office, and from the New South Wales Police. These meetings have continued to flag the need for ongoing and proactive interventions to ensure the safety of pedestrians and to address and educate the unsafe decisions made by drivers of motor vehicles within the local educational precinct, comprising 6 local primary and secondary schools. While to Georges River Council's credit, a number of the 40 recommendations from the original 2017 traffic survey have been adopted and implemented by Council over the past years, I now urge Georges River Council to refocus its attention on this local educational precinct and the 4,000 young people and their families moving along its pedestrian thoroughfares and across its intersections each and every day. I urge Georges River Council to accept and support all of the Hurstville School Precinct Traffic Study recommendations and prioritise the budget allocation needed to support these recommendations coming to fruition and being implemented within a 24-month period. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Georges River Council for having the foresight to commission the completion of this survey as an update to the traffic survey completed in 2017. I urge all Georges River councillors to please consider the immediate adoption of these recommendations. Yours sincerely, Mark Steed, Principal, Hurstville Public School.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maria Dalamaris in person on NM 02225, Development Application Processing Times.
Good evening, Mayor, Councillors. My name is Maria Dalamaris and I stand before you as an interested party in 1A Cedar Street, Lugano. Additionally, I speak on behalf of residents at 52 Annette Street, Oatley, 7 Saltpan Road, Peakhurst, 62 Gret Street, Cogra, 12A Wattle Street, Peakhurst, 14 Wattle Street, Peakhurst, and View Avenue, Beverly Hills. Tonight, I'm here to support Councillor Elena's motion to review DA applications. Now, I know it's been a very long night with lots of speakers, but the point I'd like to ask is, what is the average time to review and get a decision on a DA application? Because right now, residents are being left in limbo. Us as residents, we're investing both heavily and both financially and emotionally, only to face delays, false promises, and a lack of transparency. The system is broken. I believe the system is very broken. There are inconsistencies at every stage of the process, leaving people without answers, and of course, frustrations are growing amongst our residents. It's not just about the paperwork. This affects families, businesses, and livelihoods. Residents who once trusted this council, now unfortunately, we feel abandoned. We need a change. We need a system that is transparent, efficient, and of course, accountable. The residents of this community deserve clear timelines, honest communication, and fair treatment. The current situation is not acceptable. So tonight I ask this council to urgently review its processes. Please fix delays, remove roadblocks, and restore the faith in this system, because us, your people of the Georges River Council, we deserve better. The people you serve deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Delamare. Our last speaker is Nicholas Christo with a written submission on NM 02225, Development Application Processing Time.
Whilst I applaud Councillor Anzalotti's motion regarding GRC's DA processing times, providing reports on how matters can be improved, this just opens the gates for motherhood statements, justifications for the poor performance and further procrastination. I have been an architect for approaching 40 years and active in the St George area for 25 of those. I have never seen it this bad, and dealing with GRC is a constant frustration and battle. Hurstville Council was the best to work with, GRC is the worst. Not only does it take a totally unacceptable time to have even the simplest project looked and assessed, the lack of support and assistance from council officers. I was listening to the Ben Fordham radio program on 2GB when a lady relayed her tortuous experience with GRC when trying to have a carport approved. My office is regularly asked what would happen if they just did the building work without consent, as they are not prepared to endure the massive delays and stressful experience. The state requirement for when an application needs to be determined is 42 days. GRC is at over 250 days by the 42 days. How can the senior staff feel comfortable with this and continue to allow it to roll on without being completely embarrassed? The council in Victoria has either adopted or is looking to adopt. If an application complies with the codes and regulations, it is deemed approved. I support this. Nicholas Christo.
Thank you. That concludes our public participation in the meeting tonight. We will move to confirmation of the minutes of the previous meeting. CCL 015-25, confirmation of the minutes of the council meeting held on 24th of February 2025. Councillor Lansbury has moved that. Councillor Liu has seconded that. Councillors, any questions? If not, I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against? I declare that carried. Councillors, I have one mayoral minute tonight. It is MM 005-25, withdrawal of development application DA 2024/0620 at Cars Park. Council acknowledges the concerns raised by the community regarding development application DA 2024-0620 at Cars Park. As a council that values community feedback and engagement, we have listened carefully to the views expressed by our residents and stakeholders. In response to these concerns, council, as the applicant, will immediately instruct the independent consultant to withdraw development application DA 2024-0620. Georges River Council remains committed to fostering vibrant, accessible and well-planned community spaces. As part of the Transport for New South Wales Vibrant Streets Package Permit Plug Play pilot program, Council had proposed 3 development applications covering Hurstville, Kogarah and Cars Park. These applications were designed to facilitate a streamlined approach to event approvals, aligning with our event and festivals charter to create event-ready streets that support community activations. The proposed framework allowed for a maximum of 52 events per year at each site over a 5-year period. However, Council never intended to host events at this frequency, but rather sought to simplify the approval process for future events. It is important to note that Council remains the determining authority for any event applications and will continue to assess each request in accordance with established policies and processes. Given the community's concern about the Cars Park location, I move that Council 1. Formally withdraw development application DA 2024-0620 for Cars Park. 2. Reaffirm Council's commitment to working collaboratively with residents and stakeholders to ensure future event initiatives align with community expectations and needs. And 3. Council considers a future development application for events at Carsbush Park and Flats that aligns with the current level of use of approximately 8 to 10 events per year. By taking this action, Council demonstrates its dedication to responsive governance and community-led decision-making. We appreciate the valuable feedback provided by our residents and look forward to continuing our work in enhancing our local events and public spaces for the benefit of all. Any future development applications for events at Carrs Bush Park would not intensify the use of the park beyond the number of events currently held there. So the motion is up on screen, and it is what I've just read out. The council formally withdraw development application DA 2024-0620 for Carrs Park. That we reaffirm council's commitment to working collaboratively with residents and stakeholders to ensure future event initiatives align with community expectations and needs, and that council considers a future development application for events at Carrs Bush Park and flats that align with current level of use of approximately 8 to 10 events per year. If any speakers would like to speak, Councillor Moore, would you like to speak?
I just want to say a couple of things, and also, our Speaker, Catherine Logan, tonight. She spoke of all the reasons why this it's been brought to light. There's been lots and lots of concerns in the community. We had a meeting down at Carrs Park, myself, Catherine Lansbury, and yourself, and it's certainly, the residents were really upset by, by this DA. So thank you for poking this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lansbury.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. We'd just like to add to your Mirror Minute by saying thank you for putting this forward tonight. This was the right move to withdraw this, in my view. I think, as Councillor Mort just indicated, Councillor Mort, yourself and me, we met with the residents down there 2 weeks ago, but you, the Mayor, and myself also met with Catherine Logan and a couple of other representatives from the New Carrs Park Action Group on the weekend, because it came to my attention that they are very well organised. As Ms Logan mentioned tonight, they are very well organised. They organised another meeting on Saturday afternoon with local school representatives and sporting groups, and as anybody who is familiar with Carrs Park would know, that the people that utilise it regard it very highly. It's a really special place in our community. It hasn't changed much since its inception, to be honest with you. There's been enhancements to it, like the kiosk, etc., but it's still essentially the same park that it was a couple of 100 years ago. And it's open space for recreation. It's not designed to be the Easter show every weekend, which I think is the fear that was in the minds of the residents who've been objecting to it. Ms Logan referenced a motion that I've on the agenda tonight, which is tied in with this particular Merrill Minute and this particular issue, is it came to our attention a couple of weeks ago that this DA was out, and we weren't aware of the extent of the concern in the community until we actually met with them, and within a couple of days they pulled together 30 plus people to discuss it, and then that's only snowballed from there. I think withdrawing it is absolutely the right move. We would have possibly had the option to modify it, but I think we need to signal to our community that we've heard their concerns. We need to outline very strictly what council's intent was. I do understand the intent of this motion was to streamline the DA process. It was never to allow 52 events a year, but effectively to allow events on 52 weeks a year. But the interpretation of that was that there'd be something on there every weekend that would clash with local sporting fixtures and, passive recreation and just general picnics, birthday celebrations, all the rest of it. So I do support this Merrill Minute tonight. I think we do need to go back to the drawing board a bit and just base it on the 3 points that the Mayor has raised in here, and effectively just resubmit a DA that outlines what we do really want, which is providing for events of 8 to 12 events a year, which we currently do have. And some of those are council-led events and some of them are community events, like the Lantern Festival a couple of weeks ago, the Greek Festival in January, things like that. There are events that are not council-led, but we absolutely do not want to see the intensification of use in that particular park on the scale that appears to be within the current DA. So I support this.
Thank you, Councillor Lansbury. Councillor Amy Haybar.
Madam Mayor, I just have a couple of questions for clarification. Do you want me to wait to the end if there's anyone else who wants to speak on?
Councillor Liu, you wishing to speak for the Merrill Minute? Yeah, okay, we'll come back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for bringing up this item into the agenda. I won't talk too much because this one
the title is because of the car park, but like what you said earlier, this umbrella covers 3 different locations: car park, Kogarah, and Hurstville. So that's why I wanted to add on a little bit. Hurstville Plaza, even that side, I don't think a 52. That means weekly events suits that location as well, based on our council's feasibility study from last meeting. We all know that a DA for 52 times events happen, every weekend. I don't think it suits the community, and it suits the demand from the community. That's why I support your one. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Liu. Councillor Domowski.
Madam Mayor, fellow councillors, I'm grateful that this DA is withdrawn. This DA, as it is, caused a lot of angst in the community. I've met with a lot of residents around Cars Park, and everyone expressed their concern about this DA. I fully support this DA tonight, and I'm actually grateful that this is going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Domowski. Councillor Amber. Hang on a second. There you go. There we go.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm also supportive of the mayoral unit. Just had a couple of questions through you to the director. Just wanted to understand if there was any financial implication by withdrawing the DA, and also if there's any risks associated with the program that we can resubmit if there's deadlines. I'm not familiar with those particulars, whether there's any risks that we need to be across on that.
Which director? Christy?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we'd have to go back to the funding body to discuss those implications. I'm not aware of them yet.
Do you have another question?
But there's also any financial implications as well by withdrawing, because like Councillor Lansbury also mentioned about a modification. Like, would we consider that as an alternative than withdrawing it?
Through you, Madam Mayor, so we won't be able to resubmit under the current grant funding because that will expire. That would be something that would be a council decision to gain further community feedback and then submit a future DA at our cost within our general revenue budget.
Is it possible then maybe to take it on notice to get just for the council at least if there's any financial implications from withdrawing the DA?
Yeah, we can take that on notice if there's any financial for withdrawing. Obviously, we would have to pay to resubmit. But yeah, in terms of the funding body, I'm not sure what those implications are yet. Thanks.
So I had actually a follow-up, if I could.
Yeah, Councillor.
Which was it New South Wales government that funded this?
Transport for New South Wales.
Transport for New South Wales, and have you been in touch with the department, and have they had some correspondence as to what happens if you do withdraw, or are you able to modify your grant? Are there provisions that the department's already spoken to you about that may allow for this alteration?
Through you, Madam Mayor, so not at this point. We've contacted the department today based on the attended mayoral minute, but we haven't heard back yet.
Thank you. I think it is, I do acknowledge that there are risks associated with the funding, but weighing that, I've put this forward, weighing that up with the community sentiment and the angst that this has caused. So we will get that in a future report. So I'll put forward the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against? I declare it carried. We move to condolences, and Councillor Domowski has a condolence he would like to speak on tonight.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, fellow councillors, staff members and members of the public, I would like to express condolences to the Macedonian community and especially to the families of the victims that died in a tragic fire last week. A week ago, an unimaginable tragedy occurred in Kalchani, Macedonia, where 60 young people tragically lost their lives and 190 were injured, some with severe burns due to a fire during a live concert. Some of the victims were as young as 16, but majority being between age 16 and 24. Most of them died in the fire, some of them from smoke inhalation or being trampled in the panic. A 41-year-old paramedic also passed away after working all night long and making multiple trips to hospitals in nearby cities to save as many young lives as possible. This tragic event shook the Macedonian community to the core, here and abroad, and the pain is felt by many in other countries and other communities. May the deceased rest in peace, and may God provide the families with strength to endure in this difficult time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tomowski. Councillor Abraham.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just also would like to make a short speech in respect of this condolence. So it's with a heavy heart to speak on this condolence for the victims of the devastating nightclub fire in Macedonia. This tragedy has claimed the lives of 59 people, and I think Councillor Domowski highlighted how young they were, living families shattered and a nation in mourning. Over 150 others have suffered injuries, and countless more are affected by the sheer horror of this event. We acknowledge the bravery of the emergency responders who worked tirelessly to save lives in the face of a devastation. Their courage and dedication in such harrowing circumstances deserve our deepest respect. And also here in Australia, our thoughts are with the Macedonian community, both overseas and here in our backyard. And we all know that Georges River particularly has a large Macedonian community and have a lot of strong ties there. So today, they grieve for the lost ones and friends. So in times of such sorrow, it is our duty to stand together in solidarity, offering our support and compassion to those who are mourning. And also tragedies like this clearly remind us of the fragility of life, the importance of community. So let us extend our deepest sympathies to all those affected and reaffirm our commitment to standing with them during this time of grief. I would also like to acknowledge the Linden Rockdale Football Club for fundraising efforts on Saturday to support the victims and families of this devastating incident, and also the staff organising a flag to be placed in chambers tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I was going to mention we have the Macedonian flag flying here tonight. Councillors, are there any other condolences? If not, I'll ask us if we can please stand for a moment of silence. Thank you. Please be seated. Councillors, at this time, we will be heading to the committee reports. I'm going to propose that we have a short 5-minute recess, as we probably do have a long meeting ahead of us tonight before we get into the committee reports. So we want to have a 5-minute recess for a quick toilet break, and then we'll come back, if that's okay. Okay, councillors, we will recommence with our committee reports. Our first one is CCL 01625, report of the Finance and Governance Committee meeting held on the 10th of March 2025. Councillor Jamieson.
That the Finance and Governance Committee recommendations be adopted by Council.
It's been moved by Councillor Jamieson, seconded by Councillor Mahoney. Councillors, are there any questions? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against, declare it carried. Our next item, CCL 01725, report of the Assets and Infrastructure Committee meeting held on the 10th of March 2025. Councillor Amber Haberhart.
I put that the Assets and Infrastructure Committee recommendations for items ASS 010-25 to ASS 013-25 as outlined in the report be adopted.
Thank you. And seconded by Councillor Wang. Councillors, any discussion?
Can I make a few comments? This is with the school report, right?
Sure.
Yeah, okay, cool. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, so first I'd like to congratulations to Council and Transport New South Wales on reaching this significant milestone. The traffic team's diligent effort has culminated in a comprehensive and high-quality traffic report that thoroughly addresses the entire education precinct. This report not only encompasses the breadth of the area, but also delves deeply into the traffic concerns raised by our community. It presents clear proposals outlining short, medium, and long-term plans for the area. The achievement has been a long time coming, as highlighted by two public speakers, the school principal, and the parent representatives. So back even in 2021-22, a group of concerned parents approached me regarding school traffic safety issues. They proposed various suggestions to enhance safety, and which lead to a regular meetings with the school principal, and the meeting expanded to include the council's traffic team, representative from the local MP office, and other councillors, including Councillor Liu Peng at one stage, and occasionally representative from the TFSW as well. And our former councillor Colin Sampson also played a significant role in advancing the traffic report. So it's very hard not to get emotional when reflecting on this report. In recent years, there has been several fatal traffic accidents around the school. If the measures suggested in this report had been implemented earlier, such lives could have been saved. Now that we have this report, I urge our council and the New South Wales government to fully support its implementation in terms of funding, process, and more importantly, engagement with the broader community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wang. So that's the report of the Assets and Infrastructure Committee being moved by Councillor Anne Behavior-Bahar, seconded by Councillor Wang. Councillors, all those in favour say aye. All those against, I declare it carried. Next item is CCL 01825, report of the Community and Culture Committee meeting held on the 10th of March 2025. Councillor Lansbury.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'd like to move that the Community and Culture Committee recommendations for items COM 005-25 to COM 009-25 as detailed below be adopted by Council. Thank you.
Thank you. That's been seconded by Councillor Wang. Councillors, any discussion?
Yes. Can I make some comments as well?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Mayor. So as you know, so in this report, there's a report about the night market, weekend night market. So as you know, I'm a passionate advocate for night market, nighttime economy. When I raised this motion a year ago to ask for this report, so I carefully studied the night market of Burwood, Eastwood, and Chatswood. Since then, Hurstville has witnessed the multiple successful night markets, both council-led and community-led. This interim report has used the evidence based on those events, so it's very credible. And the decision not to hold weekly night market for now, I think is a sensible decision and has set up a safe passage for future success. Only as of yesterday, there's an article at the Sydney Morning Herald about nighttime economy, and I quote, suburbs in Sydney's west are on track to have dedicated nighttime entertainment precincts as the state government relaxes rules around trading hours, live music, and noise complaints. Burwood Council would create a special entertainment precinct covering 3 blocks around the Chinatown Burwood. Fairfield Council will establish 2 zones along Carnival Road in Carnival and Carnival Heights. The decision followed the success of state's first special entertainment precinct on Inmore Road. Music and Nighttime Economy Minister John Grant said that using similar planning rules to those on Inmore Road would transport Burwood and Carnival into our next harvest for vibrant nightlife. With that, I feel like George end of quote. So I feel like George River lagged behind again in nighttime economy, and we have to work hard to meet the community expectation to activate the first use nighttime economy. And this report is a good starting point, this interim report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wang. Councillor, that's the report of the Community and Culture Committee meeting, moved by Councillor Lansbury, second by Councillor Wang. All those in favour of the motion say aye. All those against, declare that carried. We move to CCL 019-25, report of the Environment and Planning Committee meeting held on the 10th of March 2025. Councillor Marnie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to move that the Environment and Planning Committee recommendations 00825, 00925 and 01025 as published in the business paper be adopted by Council. Thank you.
Thank you. I think seconded by Councillor Lansbury. Any discussion, councillors? If not, I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against, declare it carried. We move to Environment and Planning, item CCL 020-25, Statement of Expectations, Endorsement of Written Response and Action Plan to DPHI. Councillor Marnie.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to move the recommendation as published in the business paper. Thank you.
And Councillor Punny seconding that motion?
No, if I could speak to it.
Okay, I just need a seconder first, please.
Sorry.
Councillor Lansbury seconded that. Okay, and Councillor Punny, oh sorry, first of all, so Councillor Marnie, do you wish to speak for it?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
And Councillor Lansbury is the seconder. Do you wish to speak? Reserve your right. Councillor Punny.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for those speakers who had the opportunity to come tonight. It was good to have a mix of both people that were developers and particularly Maria. Thank you for representing so many residents from the Oakland side. What I'm proposing is that we beef up the action plan. I don't have a problem with the substantive motion, but I think the action plan could use a little bit more detail. Councillors, it's quite apparent that the pattern that we're seeing from all these case studies is that there is this lack of transparency, and I think residents are feeling caught in loopholes. They get told that, you know, they lodge their application and then they ask the council what's going on. It's fine, it's in there, it's in the portal. Number of days pass, they follow up, oh, you lodged it in the wrong system. They lodge it, you know, it gets, I think there was an email that went out to councillors earlier this week. This lady had a situation where she had 4 DAs, and I think she's still fighting for it. The first one got knocked back without the opportunity for her to lodge apparently some report that was needed, whether it was a stormwater report or whatever. As I was campaigning last year, I heard myself, you know, lodged in the system, called, followed up, mate, you got to lodge it again. We've heard another story where, you know, sorry, going back to that lady that had the 4 DA applications, she lodged a second one, this time with support from councillors and, you know, in consultation in good faith. And then she's told, you know what, that configuration doesn't work. And when inquiring why, you know, she says, oh, well, look, there's those planners have moved on. And look, I think those are unfortunate, and I can understand the complexity of the challenges this council faces. But a lot of these challenges were here before I was, you know, elected, and they've been like that for a while, from what I'm hearing from our residents and our architects and our planners out there. It's not great. It's not a great situation, and I think the way that council that should be looking at it is that, you know, look,
The planning minister has obviously set goals. The New South Wales Premier, the Prime Minister, we all need to build housing in this country. And it is, you know, it's a great challenge for all levels of government at this time to try and get affordable housing out for this next generation who feel locked out, right? But I think the problems faced with this council is, look, I urge you not to consider them as this overwhelming burden upon you, that these are goalposts, but perhaps it's time to view it as a reflection upon what we can do in this action plan, to consider what else we're not doing. And when I say that, you know, I'm looking at the appendix here. You've got down the bottom there recruitment. You know, you need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe 8 more positions. I think from hearsay I've heard that some of these positions have been open for a while, or perhaps the strategy is not working. How can we beef that up? Is it remuneration? Is it culture? Is there some analysis about what is not working within the team? Are the juniors getting the support they need to make decisions they need? Do you have enough experts on the panel that can make these complex decisions and give them that concierge advice? I think with respect to overtime, extra hours, expansion of the team, that's great, but can we have some time frames that are a bit more, you know, urgent? You've got 30 June there, you've got the end of May. Is there something that we can do to beef this up so that these things are more at the front of our head, and that we know that council has given this the complexity of thought that it requires? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Khan. And do any other councillors wish to speak to this motion?
I was just going to ask a question. Would it be okay if we answered those questions from other
and put it to the director?
Madam Mayor, councillors. Pretty much going to agree with everything that you've just said, Councillor Blunt. The way you've articulated is everything that's been pondered by management. All the issues are pretty much pondered as well. We're putting many of those things into action. This is the first level of transparency, arguably at short notice. The next level of transparency is a little bit more operational staff minded, and I haven't put that out. For 2 reasons. 1, there's an element of staff, and 2, there's still a lot of thinking and pondering as to how we're going to approach the significant level of recruitment issues. But I can probably shorten it up. Every one of those things around skills, resources in the right area, money in the right area, all being actioned as we speak. Much like yourself, having been here for 8 or 9 months, looked into those complaints in quite some detail, including the one you referenced. I can see those patterns happening, and what's missing here is probably me going into a level of detail that explains to you, or gives you the confidence and the community the confidence that I was put in this role to do, improve the DA times, and that's what I'm looking to do. So you can expect a bit more transparency moving forward in those quarterly reports that I've articulated in the action plan.
Oh, thanks. But can we have the action plan briefed up before we file this as the motion is going ahead?
At short notice, when we've got 28 days to respond, the short answer is very difficult to beef up any further than what's there. There is an underlying layout of what's there. You're more than welcome to delegate to the General Manager that beef up the submission and provide a few more specifics, and I'll attempt to do that. The department, in my first discussion, are very aware of a next level down detail from this action plan, so I've told them pretty much a bit more about what's going on. That would be the best way to do what you're seeking to do, is beef this up. And then have confidence that I can write up to the minister to that effect under the General Manager's signature.
If I could make a further suggestion that if you are speaking to the department and or the minister, that perhaps you ask for those resources if they are available. I don't know if they have that, but I know that you were contemplating what they did offer, but there may be room for an explicit ask from the government, which could underline and underscore the capacity that this council needs.
The director, would you wish to address that one?
Just agree to that. It's in point 9. seek department funding? I know the answer, unfortunately, and that it's not an immediate one. So I'll put it another way. That answer to additional funding is not readily available when they sent a letter out to probably about 20 councils. It didn't go hand in hand with funding. So I know that answer does not mean that it won't be asked for and articulated, which is what we'll be having.
Councillors, if there's no other comments, I just have a couple of comments. I think we've acknowledged, obviously, that we have some work to do in regards to the DA assessment timeframes. I know that the Director has been fully focused on it with the support of the General Manager since he's been here at Georges River Council. I just want to say that to achieve the required reduction in DA assessment timeframes, it will probably likely mean there'll be fewer opportunities for applicants, particularly families, to revise their plans to ensure compliance. So currently our team, as councillors heard in our briefing the other night, our team can work with applicants through multiple rounds of amendments, sometimes up to 4 or 5 times, to help them try to meet the requirements and be compliant. So reality is, moving forward, this level of flexibility may no longer be feasible. Instead, applicants will likely receive a specific direction on the necessary changes and then have less opportunities to get that right to be compliant. So whereas we're being very flexible to try to guide applicants to be compliant through multiple rounds, we recognise this shift might cause frustration within the community, but given the department's mandated timeframes, we will have little choice but to adapt. It's also worth noting that many of the DA applications that are exceeding the 180 days that are significantly affecting our average processing time, these are not for new housing. Instead, they largely involve alterations and additions to existing homes, meaning they do not contribute to the overall increase in housing supply. So I know that the team are fully focused on delivering this action plan and improving the assessment timeframes, but we just need to be aware that that could come with some bit of frustration from the community at the same time. So if there's no further speakers, I'm going to put the motion. It's been moved by Councillor Marnie and seconded by Councillor Lansbury.
Sorry, I respectfully, Madam Mayor, if I could reply to that. I guess my assertion is that if you're able to hire and have the team that Director Hill so needs, you could probably accomplish that without the drag in customer satisfaction. And as we were sort of briefed on last week, without the need to go into the backdoor area of the courts. So I'm saying, if you can beef up this team and get them ready, it'll come without that. I understand that there are goalposts, but again, I wouldn't interpret it as a time factor on council, that it is simply a goal or an opportunity to reflect on how you can improve that process.
I think the skills shortage in the industry is probably what's prohibiting the attraction of staff. It's not for lack of trying to recruit, I think, because I think that's been the narrative since Mr. Hill's been here, is the attempt to recruit. Councillor Lansbury.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I just did want to take my opportunity to speak to it now, and just to respond to Councillor Pine. That issue of staffing has been in existence for quite some time, and it's not just specific to Georges River Council. It's very difficult to retain staff. I was actually surprised to see that there are currently 7 vacancies that we're being recruited for. That makes it very difficult to decrease processing time. There's a whole lot of other demands on council staff with when there are legal challenges. It seems on the surface, yep, beef it up, but unless you've got some great ideas, I think you need to respect the experts that have probably come up with this action plan in a very short timeline, as well as doing the rest of their job. Like, we can't just keep piling additional work on our council officers and directors, demanding reports on this, that and the other and all sorts of things without expecting some things to slide. It would be great if those positions were able to be filled and retained, but it just doesn't seem to be the way. Like, we've discussed this a couple of years ago with the General Manager. What can we do? Do we throw more money at it? And it's not just the solution of that. It's obviously a cultural thing, but if somebody can make more money in the private sector, often that's far more attractive. Unfortunately, that's just a fact. And until such time as local government becomes, more of the job of choice that it used to be, we're going to face these problems, and we'll face more problems if the DA process does ramp up with the LMR, etc. You know, it's not something any of us want. It's not something that I am pleased about. It's been a problem for a number of years, but there's also been, as I said before, staff diverted to other things like strategic planning, and it's a very big directorate with a lot of moving parts in it, as is every directorate within our council. And I think we probably need to allow this action plan to go forward in its current form. If any councillors do have any good ideas to beef it up, I suggest you hand them over to the director and his people, because I think they're best placed to do it. So I'll leave it at that.
Councillor Ansell, are you wishing to speak for or against? I've had 2 speakers for already.
Okay, I'll wait until my motion comes up.
No problem. All right. Councillors, I'm going to put this motion. It's being moved by Councillor Marnie, seconded by Councillor Lansbury. All those in favour say aye. All those against, declare it carried. Next item is CCL 02125, Low and Mid-Rise Housing Policy Stage 2. Councillor Marnie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to move the recommendation as published in the business paper. Thank you.
You seconding that, Councillor Lansbury? Thank you. Councillors, is there any discussion on this item? Councillor Ellison, you.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. If not, I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Madam Mayor?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. I
Did you
just
wish to
wanted
speak?
briefly to it.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I
Thank you.
didn't see you live. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Look, I wanted to also acknowledge our speaker that we had earlier tonight, Robin Stayer. I'm not sure if she's still in the chamber. I understand her concerns with the fact that the LMR is going forward, but I really want to just take my opportunity to express my extreme disappointment that our planning proposal didn't get up. There was a lot of time and effort that was directed into that by council staff, and possibly away from other things that they may have been needing to do. A lot of work went into that to prepare the planning proposal to provide for over 8,000 different dwellings. We also need to be mindful that council's role is to provide capacity. We can't force anybody to build a multi-unit dwelling or create a dual lock on their existing site. We can only provide the capacity. I have reservations with this, but I also have been waving the flag for the housing crisis for a long time. Like, I'm really conscious of that. We do need to do what we can as a council. I just wish that the state government had taken our planning proposal a little bit more seriously than it currently has. I don't think we've still got a response. We know that they haven't accepted it, but I don't think we know exactly why. You know, things like our heritage conservation areas, I'm quite concerned about. I think within the response, within the body of the report, it indicates that things will be limited next to a heritage item, but I guess that would probably equate to next, you know, right next door to a heritage listed property in a heritage conservation area. I have concern about our foreshores. I have concern about the quite significant reduction in site areas to provide additional density. However, I'm speaking in support of it, but with caveats. You know, I wish that we were able to apply our own planning proposal that was put together specific to our LGA, taking in the needs of our community and what we felt as a council was going to suit us best, rather than the one-size-fits-all approach that has unfortunately been mentioned, or it's been mentioned tonight. But it's an unfortunate approach and it's an unfortunate outcome. However, we need to make the best of it, and let's hope that we do get an uptake with housing in the LGA. Perhaps this is what everybody's been waiting for before they do anything, but based on current stats, we haven't actually increased our net housing over the last couple of years, really, have we? It's just not really gone that far, not how we would propose. And based on a target of 6,300, I think, by 2029, we've got a lot to do in the next couple of years. I can't see it really happening, but we do need to keep working towards it. We also do need to put pressure on the state government to support us with it, you know, supporting infrastructure that's going to sustain the communities at schools, hospitals, road networks, transport. That's all a part of increasing density. That's not just incumbent upon councillors to provide that. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lansbury. Councillor Marnie, do you wish to speak for this motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank Councillor Lansbury for her support in favour of adopting this report and for the staff to write a report. I know it's quite detailed. I know there's more to come next month. But I had a few questions I'd like to put to the Director through you, Madam Mayor, if that's all right. First one is, what was the community consultation process employed by DPHI for stage 2 in terms of opening and closing dates for submissions and media advertisements? To the Director.
Madam Mayor and Councillors, I thank you, Councillor Marnie, for sending the question through. The specific details of the public exhibition was held from the 15th of December 2023 through the 23rd of February 2024. Their media releases were essentially the way they communicated to much of the community and specific councils. And following the submissions, of which I don't know how many there were, they issued a submissions report on their website.
Thank you. The next one is, as part of that consultation process, did DPHI provide councils with any information at all which they could distribute to the communities?
Nothing significant, Councillor.
Is Council able to follow up DPHI on the status of the planning proposals as resolved on 22nd of July 2024, which sought to exclude the LGA from the policy?
Madam Mayor and Council, as Councillor Lamprey alluded to, we're desperately waiting a response. The reason it'll be delayed was probably most likely because of the release of stage 2 of the Alimar project, which obviously we sought quite vigorously a deferral from, and we continue to follow up this on a pretty regular basis, yes.
Thank you. When assessing DAs for properties within the FSPA, will Council be able to impose any special conditions to safeguard against or minimise any severe environmental threats, or will the non-discretionary standards apply in all cases?
Councillor, where the low medium rise reform applies in those areas, if there is a standard identified in that reform, that is a standard. So you do not get to apply a separate one based on council's work. That's the sort of analysis we are very mindful of moving forward.
Thank you. Has the New South Wales Government announced any plans to upgrade the North Georgia River submain in order to negate the consequences of increased development?
Mayor and Councillors, not to Council's knowledge.
Thank you. Will next month's report to the Environment and Planning Committee include the likely effects of stage 2 on, firstly, the forest scenic protection area and heritage conservation areas?
Yes, as they may be applied to the 7 areas identified by the Alimar report. Yes, I will that.
Will also include effects on native flora and fauna as detailed in Council's extensive biodiversity and forestry studies, projected canopy loss, urban heat, creeks such as Dairy, Miles Dunphy and the George River.
I'm mindful that we might not have that level of detail given they're very technical studies. So it would be nice to put some commentary in, but the level of detail and the impact may not be there. We'll see how we go.
Thank you, Director. That's all the questions.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Are there anyone wishing to speak against this motion? Councillor Payne, you wishing to speak against?
Yeah, if I may, Madam Mayor, I just wanted to ask the Director if we're having issues with the DA processing times as in the other motion, is there a strategy to tackle that? What's the strategy to tackle the low and mid-rise housing policy? Given that I'm assuming there's going to be an increased workload on the council with so many applications coming. My understanding it's for another set of the townhouses and the like, right? So I'm assuming there's a nexus there that the council will have to address.
Mayor and Councillors, yes, Councillor Payne, you're spot on again. It's likely that the development application lull, if you like, to put it that way, in terms of additional dwellings. We're not approving that many additional dwellings at the moment. It's likely that that's slowed down because the impact of the Alimar on Georges River is reasonably widespread, but we don't have that next level of detail to say exactly what that means. So now that it's held off, property owners will be exploring their property rights under a new set of controls and seeking certainty. That's the real goal here, seeking certainty as to what they can do, and therefore we are looking at our front-end planning advice, which our customer service advice, And as that flows through to DAs, as you say, beefing up the resources and the technical skills and everything else that goes with it, because we're anticipating probably mid or later in the year more development applications that look to move into multi-house, townhouses and duplexes and the like. So yeah.
Okay, councillors, it's being moved by Councillor Marnie, seconded by Councillor Lansbury. Any other discussion? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against? Declare it carried. We move to Finance and Governance items, CCL 022-25, application pursuant to Council Award Discretionary Fund Policy, March 2025. Councillor Jamieson.
That the Council Award Discretionary Funds be approved as per the report.
I can have a seconder. Councillor Liu, Deputy Mayor Liu has seconded that. Councillors, any discussion or questions? If not, I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against? I declare that carried. Next item, CCL 023-25, reconstruction of a new aquatic facility at Cars Park. Status on the February 2025 Council resolutions. Councillor Jamieson.
Oh, sorry.
Councillor Moore is seconding that.
Yes, I think she's seconding that. The Council acknowledges the collaborative efforts of the New South Wales Office of Sport in working with Council officers to enhance the draft project agreement for the construction of the Cars Park pool, with the revised agreement as per the items below and the administrative points B, C and D of the recommendations of the staff.
Thank you, Councillor Jamieson. It's been moved by Councillor Jamieson, second by Councillor Moore. Councillor Jamieson, do you wish to speak to the item? Councillor Moore, do you wish to speak to the item?
Yes, I'll just have a few words. So tonight marks a hugely important step forward towards the delivery of an aquatic facility at Cars Park, a significant milestone in the journey of rebuilding Cars Park pool. I want to sincerely thank the Premier Chris Minns and the Minister for Sport Steve Camper for their ongoing support and willingness to engage in the constructive discussion that has been key to reaching this project agreement. I also acknowledge my fellow councillors who last month supported the negotiating this agreement, an agreement that has strengthened protections for both council and our residents while ensuring we move forward responsibly. Special thank you to the community who have been right behind the rebuilding of this pool from the very beginning back in 2018. Your passion and persistence has helped bring us to this point. I also recognise the federal Labor government's election pledge of $10 million moving towards the project, and hope the federal Liberal government will step up and with similar support. Finally, my thanks to the hard-working council officers and the New South Wales Office of Sport for their efforts in reaching this outcome. With this agreement in place, we are now firmly on the path to delivering a state-of-the-art aquatic facility for Cars Park and the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mort. Any other councillors wish to speak for the motion? You're speaking for the motion.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'm speaking for the motion. I just wanted to acknowledge all the councillors here today, echo all the sentiment, yourself, Councillor Mort, and yourself, Madam Mayor, on the rebuilding of this pool. I think it's such a great relief that we, as an elected council, have now acted quickly and worked together with the Office of Sport to finally get this project moving and avoiding an outcome that could have been much, much worse. I wanted to thank my Labor colleagues here for your advocacy from day one, our Labor colleagues on both local, state and at a federal level, in particular the member for Cogra, Chris Minns, for his commitment and for delivering on his campaign commitment to rebuild this pool. I wanted to thank every single person here today, credits given where credit's due, and the residents of my ward, the Cogra Bay ward, along with many others, will greatly benefit from this crucial investment.
Thank you, Councillor Gow. Any councillors wishing to speak against the motion? No. I've got a couple of comments I'd like to make. This is a really significant milestone in the progression of rebuilding Cars Park Pool, and I'd firstly just like to thank a few people. Firstly, the Premier and the Minister for Sport, Mr Steve Camper, for their continued support of rebuilding Carrs Park Pool. I thank Minister Camper for the constructive and positive meeting we had to discuss this project agreement and move forward together in partnership. I also acknowledge the councillors who supported the motion last month to negotiate this agreement, an agreement that strengthens protections for council, for both council and our residents. For those who previously suggested that negotiating this agreement was somehow a vote against the pool, I hope this serves as a reminder of the importance of due diligence. Some councillors have fought harder than anyone for the pool's reconstruction, but responsible leadership requires balancing our vision for this much needed facility with our duty to make sound, well-considered decisions that protect the interests of our residents. And I'm pleased that tonight we have before us a motion and an agreement that not only advances the project, but also safeguards council and our community. I also acknowledge the federal Labor government for its election pledge to contribute $10 million towards this project should it be re-elected. And I remain hopeful that the federal Liberal government will also step up and demonstrate its support for our community by making a similar pledge. Finally, I thank our dedicated council officers who have worked closely with New South Wales Office of Sport to reach an agreed position on the project agreement. And with this agreement in place, we are one step closer to delivering a much loved and much needed facility for Carrs Park and the wider community. So councillors, if there's no further discussion, I'm going to put the motion. It's been moved by Councillor Jamieson and seconded by Councillor Mort. All those in favour say aye. All those against? I declare it carried. We move to Assets and Infrastructure, CCL 02425, off-leash dog parks. Councillor Amber Bahar.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I move the recommendation out as outlined in CCL 024-25 off-leash dog parks.
And if I could have a seconder. Councillor Jamieson has seconded that. Do you wish to speak to the motion, Councillor Amber Bahar?
Withdraw. I reserve my rights.
Councillor Jamieson, do you wish to speak to the motion?
I have an amendment, Madam Mayor.
Have an amendment, Councillor Gale?
So I'd like to make an amendment in respect to Hogburn Park in Cogra. The amendment reads that the dog park at the Hogburn Park in Cogra is to proceed the design amended to relocate from the proposed option B to the area adjacent to the existing basketball court and amend the layout in line with the new placement. The reason for this amendment.
Sorry, Councillor Gale. I'll just get a seconder first, please, for your for that. Councillor Arthur seconded that. So that's been moved by Councillor Gale, seconded by Councillor Arthur. So go ahead, please. Speak for the amendment.
So, as we've heard from the residents tonight, and as we've heard from the residents out in Cogra, the location of the proposed Hogburn Dog Park is unsuitable. The community has voiced serious concerns about the terrain and the environment in the proposed area, making it clear that this location needs to be reconsidered. Our dog park is meant to serve the apartment residents here in Cogra, particularly those who do not have private yards for their pets. These residents rely on an accessible and safe space for their dogs, and it's crucial that we provide them with a facility that works for them and their pets. The proposed location in option B outlined in this report is low-lying, swampy, and is severely flood-prone during wet weather. This area is also in close proximity to a stagnant canal, which contributes to the presence of mosquitoes and other flying insects, as we've heard from our residents here tonight, making this space more uncomfortable for both dogs and for residents. Now, the feedback I've received suggests there is no guarantee that stormwater drainage can be managed effectively in the long term. The uncertainty raises concerns about the sustainability of the proposed location and the quality of the dog park for the long haul. The amended location southwest of the proposed area is elevated and has much better drainage and is less prone to flooding and mud. This location also provides ample sunlight and is elevated, offers better drainage and is less prone to flooding. So We want a dog park that will be widely utilised by the community, and this means it must be safe, accessible and appealing. By changing this location, offers much better drainage and gives us a much better environmental impact. We are ensuring that this park will be a space that serves the community for years and years to come. Now, we heard from a written statement tonight from a resident about those jacaranda trees and the location of that. Now, I can report that the majority of jacaranda trees at Hogburn Park are not in the proposed location outlined in my amendment. The jacaranda trees are along Railway Parade and at the intersection of Harrow Road and Railway Parade. The council has also suggested that the area southwest, that the area that I'm proposing is better used for a skate park in the future. But we know that skate parks require significant transformation of the ground and the landscape, which is much better suited for the other side and the lower end of Hogburn Park. Now, this amendment represents a practical solution that addresses both the environmental concerns and the needs of our residents, which we've heard tonight. And let's make sure the dog park is a space that is accessible, safe and enjoyed by all, and that we take all necessary steps to get the location right for everyone involved.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Councillor Arthur, do you wish to speak for that amendment? No? Anyone wishing to speak against?
Yeah, I'd like to put forward an amendment to the amendment.
We'll deal with this amendment first. So we will vote on Councillor Gower's amendment, and that will either succeed and become the motion.
Oh, okay.
So you can speak against the amendment if you wish, or if that becomes the motion, then you can speak to it then as well.
Well, I'll speak against the amendment.
Speak against the amendment. Okay.
Yep. Firstly, can I just ask a quick question of the director? Of the $120,000, including the budget for this, is any of that funding from state government grants?
To the director.
Through you, Madam Mayor, for Hogburn Park, there's $21,700 allocated from state grants, and there's also a further $13,000 for Merv Lynch.
Okay, thank you. So, my understanding,
Councillor Deputy, yeah.
My understanding is that the investigation into establishing a fenced-off leash dog park at Hogburn Park began after Cobram North residents raised concerns with the mayor and council staff about the limited options for dog parks following the closure of Cobram High School Open, which the state government has allowed to continue. While Hogburn Park was already designated as an off-leash area, it lacked a dedicated fence space for dogs. I, along with the former council, supported funding in council's 2024-25 capital budget to deliver a fenced-off leash dog park in this location. As a well-loved and a highly utilised park, catering to basketball players, picnickers, many different cultural groups, and the wider community, is essential to balance its multiple uses. I fully support the addition of a fenced-off dog park, provided it preserves the existing passive recreation spaces and ensures the park remains an inclusive space for all, and that the prized jacarandas are not impacted. That's why I'll be supporting the council officer recommendation to proceed with option B, as outlined in the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stratokopoulos. Does any other councillors wish to speak against? Councillor Liu?
I'm not quite sure. I just want to clarify if I'm only going to talk about the third one at the Merv Lynch Reserve. Am I going to speak now or wait till after about this amendment? So I can.
You can speak now.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So I'm still stick to the whole topic about the Merv Lynch Reserve, because as what we heard from the public forum today, Unfortunately, because of the policy, each item council only allow 3 people speaking in support, 3 people to speak against. And because this item include 3 different parts, I raised this concern to Madam Mayor before the meeting. It's related to the meeting practice, right? If 3 different topics, we only allow 3 and 3. So that means it's not perfect fair for all related items from each side to address their concerns. So that's but basically that's leave to your hand to have a look at, to review the meeting practice, and maybe in the future we separate 3 different items into 3 different reports, or we allow more even chances to accommodate those people to speak what they want to say. And going back to this particular issue, we heard from the public forum that someone, the neighbors complain about owners using this park with noise conditions and this. So that's why back to half a year ago, I can see the council's staff are recommend, to relocate that the current location to somewhere else in the park. During this couple of months, we've been told that a policing issue happened, but in the end, it seems like the community has to sacrifice and been punished of the whole thing. And in the end, the park has been removed, totally removed from the current location. So that's why I'm still couldn't, support this one being printed as a removal of this park. That's my own opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Liu. Councillor Jamieson?
I just had some questions actually to start off with. Just with the recommendation or suggestion provided by Councillor Gam, has that been discussed with the rest of the community? Because it doesn't seem like it's a minor adjustment.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the community were consulted twice. The first time at Hogben Park, they were consulted on a narrow sort of section of that same area, so that lower section. The feedback that was received during that first consultation was they wanted a more expansive area, and they also wanted consideration given to other locations, which we did. We considered the location of the top where the jacarandas are, and we deemed that unsuitable. And as Councillor Gao pointed out earlier, the master plan that was consulted back in, I think it was 2009 or something like that, the feedback that we got was for a skate park in that location that's been chosen now. So that's why council officers then expanded the area, which is option B. But the simple answer to that, Councillor Jamieson, is no, the community have not been consulted about a dog park in that location. So the broader community have not been given a chance to have feedback.
I just have a follow-up question to the director, just in relation to the master plan. You mentioned it indicates a skate park, which may or may not eventuate one day, but if the master plan indicates that, is council able to divert away from that without amending that master plan, which is what this is proposing?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'd have to take that on notice or defer to my esteemed colleague, Mr. Hill. How do we stand there with a master plan for a park? Yeah.
Madam Mayor and Council, in principle, if you're amending a document and you're in control of, if you think the change is material and it would elicit a different type of communication or different type of submission, then you'd like to get new information on the new views, and arguably that should go back to the community for another round of consultation. The subtlety of the point is what's material or not, and that's very subjective when you're not talking about more regulated planning documents, if you like.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the director. Sorry, I got a bit too excited there. So, how many residents how many residents participated in the council's consultation process over at Hogben Park?
Through you, Madam Mayor, in the first round of consultation, there were 13 respondents. So that was for option A. We did have a site meeting down on site to discuss further sort of concerns and considerations given by dog owners in that area. In the second round of consultation, there were 40 submissions received. Of those 40 submissions, 78% of respondents indicated preference for option B. 10% indicated they didn't want a dog park in that in Hogben Park. 12% went with option A.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Baker.
Just having a question, Madam Mayor, through you to the director. One of the speakers spoke about, maybe it's not the right word, but the remediation or adjacent to the canal, there was concerns around it being quite, not swampy. Who said swampy? Someone said swampy. Can we get some reassurance around what kind of works would occur there? Like, I'm quite familiar with that pocket. It is quite dark, but also I'm also quite aware that it is quite mud prone. I don't know what the words you say, but yeah.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the engineers that have actually looked at the designs, and the design now actually encroaches up the hill, so it goes about halfway up that hill in its current state on option B. They've also designed drainage around that entire perimeter of the site. So if you have a look at the site plans that were included and attached to the council report, you can see a blue line going around that site that'll actually take drainage away into stormwater rather than it actually just accumulating down in that bottom section. So we have heard the concerns raised by the community, and we'll try to engineer that in our designs.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the director. Look, we've got over 13 residents here tonight in support of my amendment to move the dog park further away from the swampy areas. Why wasn't this area included in the two consultation phases?
Through you, Madam Mayor. As I pointed out, the master plan as it currently stands has a skate park in that location. We thought that based on the feedback from all user groups, not just dog users, but all user groups in that area, that was the most suitable location. Also, we've had some of our staff actually monitor the passive use of the site. It seems that the picnicking area is very, very common in that in the vicinity of the jacarandas. There also seems to be very high use down in that bottom section of where you're proposing to put the dog park now. So that's what we based our last round of consultation on, is what would be more broadly sort of acceptable for all user groups, not just one individual user group.
Thank you. Okay, so we've had the amendment moved by Councillor Gow. Sorry, Councillor Jamieson. Sorry.
I just had another question through you, Madam Mayor. I feel for Councillor Gow, but is there a better way than just coming up with a design at council? How best to be able to come up with suggestions and thoughts and feedback prior to, like, to come out of council and the first time we hear about a new design is at council, which is quite a significant one in comparison to committee. What's the best way to sort of go about these sort of ideas?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think the process that we're actually adopting are actually quite robust. So we do consult with the broader community. I think if you look at when the master plan was actually first developed to now, the master plan was developed under the former Cobra Council, and there probably wasn't as much development in that particular location. It didn't identify a fenced dog park in that area. It did identify the need for off-leash, but nothing was identified as fenced. And there was also a need for sort of youth activity or a youth activity hub, which is why you've got the half court and also an identified skate park in that area. So I think needs evolve. What we've done this time round, we have actually tried to listen to the community. We've consulted broadly. It's a very high use park, and it's not just high use by dog owners, it's high use by the community in general.
Councillor Liu, do you have a question?
Yeah, one more question, still stick to the Murdoch Reserve. Can I through you to the director? Is council, if the last one has to be closed, is council looking at another opportunity in the future to try to find a proper location for the dog user, because this one is very popular and well utilized by the people, not only the dog users, even someone, the little girl, she's not dog owner, but she been included in the community to try to learn how to deal with the pets. I think that's it is a benefit the broader community rather than the dog user. So that's my question put to you. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, one of the things that we did identify, and it's actually included in the report, is how many dog parks we have across the local government area compared to our neighbouring councils. We actually do quite well. So we will still have 10 dog parks available for dog owners, which are off-leash dog parks. If you look at the likes of Canterbury Bankstown, for example, I think they had 8. So bigger population with less off-leash dog facilities. So we would be suggesting that they were directed to the other off-leash dog parks that we've got available in the local government area.
Any other questions?
Just reply. Can I ask one more question? Yep. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, when we are going back to a bit of history, back to 3 years ago, that's from my motion to look at the right location for the dogs park, because at that time all the councillors support that move, because even we have 10 existing dogs park. I'm not trying to compare with, because different councils have different situations, but at that time we supported because from the community that we know that we try to meet the requirement from the local community. So I appreciate council try to find a right location in Model Ward and Hurstville Ward, but after trying we couldn't find a proper location in Model Ward. Even this Merv Lynch Reserve is not in Model Ward, that's in Hurstville Ward, but close to the boundary within 2 wards. That's why we chose this location. If we have to close this one, I think there's still a lack of those space to meet the requirement from the communities. So that's why I still try to back that question to the director. Thank you.
So the question was, will we continue to look for other dog parks in Mortdale and Hurstville Ward? Was that the question? Yeah.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the simple answer to that is yes. Any other opportunities that may arise in suitable location, we would be looking at dog facilities if the community need was there. So we're not ruling anything out. It's really based on community demand and what the user group are calling for. We have had a look at other areas in that region. We haven't really seemed to be able to sort of put our finger on anything that would be of suitable size and suitable facilities at this stage.
Thank you.
So thank you through you, Madam Mayor. The last question back to the director. Thank you so much for the reply, and how that outcome going back to council is by a report or by community demise, or that's my last question. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor. As with a request for any other facilities, it would usually come through either a community request or a councillor request for us to actually look at alternate locations to support dog owners in that area that we're utilising that park. So yeah, we've heard your concerns, Councillor Liu, so we might just work with you moving forward in terms of identifying something suitable.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have the amendment forward by Councillor Gowan, seconded by Councillor Arthur. I'm going to put that amendment to a vote now. So that's the amendment to change the location of the dog park in Hogden Park. I'll put that motion. If we could go around the room, please, Ms. McKinley, for votes.
Madam Mayor?
Against.
Councillor Allison?
Against.
Councillor Amby Haberhart?
For.
Councillor Anzalotti?
For.
Councillor Arthur?
For.
Councillor Demoski?
Against.
Councillor Gowan?
For.
Councillor Jamieson?
Against.
Councillor Lansbury?
Against.
Councillor Liu?
Against.
Councillor Marnie?
Against.
Councillor Mort?
Against.
Councillor Pun,
For.
Councillor Stratokopoulos,
Against.
Councillor Wang.
For.
It's 9 votes against, 6 votes for.
I declare the amendment lost.
I move another amendment, Madam Mayor. Look, to be really honest, the vote was not surprising at all from those experienced in local government in the gallery here tonight. I'd like to move an amendment to send this back to community consultation for, so let's get the wording right. So to continue community consultation specifically at the location southwest of option B and adjacent to the basketball courts at Hockburn Park. Council continue community consultation on the proposed dog park location at Hockburn Park. And specifically at the location adjacent to the basketball court at the location adjacent, directly adjacent to the basketball court. So it's the same location that was my first amendment. Yeah. So do we have so Madam Mayor, do you want to ask for a seconder?
Yep, I would ask for a seconder. Councillor Amber Haber, second that.
Look, I'll speak very briefly to this. In the first round of community consultation, as we heard, we received 13 responses to the consultation. In the second round, we had about 40, as we heard from the director. I think we have one chance to get this right. So let's work to find the location of this dog park and let's get it right. There will be thousands of new families moving into Kogarah, moving into the new apartments in Kogarah. We want a dog park that works for everybody and that is actually utilised by the residents in Kogarah. So we have one chance. Let's get it right.
Thank you, Councillor Gao. Councillor Amber Haber, do you wish to speak to the amendment?
No.
No. Does anybody wish to speak against the amendment? Councillor Lansbury.
Question, Madam Mayor, that goes to the director. If I could just get you to remind me, you've done consultation on this twice, and the second round of consultation came back overwhelmingly supporting option B. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that is correct. So, as I said before, we had 40 responses regarding Hogbin. 78% of those responses were positively in favour of option B. 12% were in favour of option A, which is the smaller size dog park, and 10% of respondents didn't want a dog park at that location.
But through you, Madam Mayor, can I just confirm that this location proposed was not in any round of consultation that you have conducted?
The director has confirmed that's correct. Okay, we will put the amendment to a vote unless anybody wishes to speak. No, okay, we'll put the amendment to a vote, please.
Madam Mayor?
I'm against.
Councillor Allison?
Against.
Councillor Amber Haberhart? For. Councillor Anzalotti? For. Councillor Arthur?
For.
Councillor Demoski?
Against.
Councillor Gow?
For.
Councillor Jamison?
Against.
Councillor Lansbury?
Against.
Councillor Liu?
Against.
Councillor Marnie?
Against.
Councillor Mort?
Against.
Councillor Pan?
For.
Councillor Stratokopoulos?
Against.
Councillor Wang?
For.
9 votes against, 6 votes for.
I declare the amendment lost. We revert back to the original motion, which was moved by Councillor Amber Haberhart and seconded by Councillor Jamison, which is the council officer recommendation. Does anybody wish to speak for or against this motion? If not, I will put the motion. If we please go around to the votes.
Madam Mayor?
I'm for the motion.
Councillor Allison?
For.
Councillor Amber Haberhart? For. Councillor Anzalotti?
For.
Councillor Arthur?
For.
Councillor Demoski?
For.
Councillor Gow?
For.
Councillor Jamison?
For.
Councillor Lansbury?
For.
Councillor Liu?
Against.
Councillor Marnie?
For.
Councillor Mort?
For.
Councillor Pan?
For.
Councillor Stratokopoulos?
For.
Councillor Wang? For. 14 votes for, 1 against.
I declare that carried. We move to notices of motion. Our first one is NM011-1025, installation of footpath on Gold Street, Blakehurst. Councillor Lansbury.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. It's pretty straightforward. It's just calling for council to investigate the installation of a footpath on Gold Street between Castle Street and Stewart Street, Blakehurst. And I'll just back that up by saying this is an example of something that I raised a couple of years ago that didn't make it to the wish list, and with a little bit of perseverance and a meeting on site with the director and a couple of council officers a couple of weeks ago, just after the last council meeting, it was determined that it is warranted, and it's just around the corner from Ballface Public School, and it's a fairly wide footpath, grassy but a little bit uneven, not great for pushing a pram or walking in heels, as I discovered. And it's just one of those situations of, it's warranted, and it's time now to get it on the wish list, because I note from the director's comment that it's recommended to be included in the budget for 25-26. So thank you for that. I seek your support, councillors.
Councillor Moore, you're seconding that motion?
Yes,
thanks. Anybody wishing to speak against the motion? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against? Declare it carried. We move to NM01225, Australian Red Cross Lifeblood Hurstville Donor Centre. Deputy Mayor Nancy Liu. Seconded by Councillor Moore.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Moore, to second my motion. Yeah, I think it's already very clear. I don't want to repeat the contents have been printed on the paper, but I just try to add on a bit of comments on that. Why we just very high profilely to celebrate and to acknowledge this donor center in Hurstville. In the wild, I know Greater Sydney or even New South Wales, there are so many those donor centers. I think before this one is open, I think the closest one is in Miranda. That's I think 5 years ago I went to Miranda to do my blood donation, and this one really opened at my doorway, our doorway in Hurstville. but that's not the point. If that's the point, they can open anywhere. But why they choose Hurstville? Because based on my research, based on the information I've been provided by the Lifeblood from Australia Red Cross, 1 out of 3 of us, we might not realize in our whole life we might need someone to donate the blood to us to save our life. And the other thing is, as a vibrant and multicultural community in Hurstville, only 1% people from the same background as me, they realize and really got to the in a position to really willing to donate the blood. So that's why the diversity from ethnic background to go into that donation is really important to make the demand of those ethnic demand from ethnic community. So that's why council really promoted this donor center and really try to acknowledge how important that's to our local community. So that's why I put this report in front of you. So thank you for councillors to support my motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Liu. Councillor Moore, do you wish to speak to this one?
I'll just say, I'd just like to congratulate Lifeblood on opening the new Lifeblood Centre in Hurstville. Like 50% of our community, I was born overseas, but have been very, very lucky to be a part of this community for over 40 years. During that time, I've seen the area change so much. I'm very proud to have Lifeblood open a donor centre in the heart of Hurstville, so we have permanent access to donate blood and plasma. It is critical that our blood donors are equally as diverse to ensure we have a mix of blood types that patients need. Hurstville has a very diverse community with almost a third of the population with Chinese ancestry. The new donor centre provides us with a unique opportunity for our community to increase the ethnic diversity of the nation's blood donors, which currently only sits at 1% of those who are of Chinese background. Blood products can have a profound impact on people's lives, with more than 2,500 blood, plasma transfusions and medications sent across New South Wales every day, and the need is ever growing. Establishment of this permanent donor centre in Hurstville builds on that legacy. No longer will we need to wait for mobile units or travel distant locations. Now donating blood has never been more convenient. Fully understand and appreciate the importance of blood donations, being a blood recipient. I experienced medical trauma in my life, having undergone a 6.5-hour complicated brain surgery. During this period, I witnessed so many of those undergoing traumas who needed a lifeblood transfusion. I'm forever grateful to those people who took the time to donate blood. I urge everyone to continue the legacy of generosity of donating blood or plasma. By donating blood, you're not just getting blood, you're giving hope and strength to those in need. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mott. Does any councillors wish to speak against this motion? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against, I declare it carried. Next is NM 01325, upgrade renewal of outdoor fitness equipment. Report by Deputy Mayor Councillor Liu. Councillor Dmowski, you wishing to second this one? Yep. Okay.
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. Before the meeting started, I put a little bit amendment, so I wanted to see if it has been shown on the screen. Yeah, not big changes, just to put one more sentence after each point in line with the current master plan and the current plan of management. So I read it out as the whole thing. My motion included 2 points. The first one is the council investigate the the upgrade and or renewal of the existing outdoor fitness equipment and facility at the Timothy Reserve Park and the Woodville Park in Hurstville for inclusion in the future capital works program in line with the current master plan and the current plan of management. And the second, that this investigation consider but are not limited to the condition of the soft foreground and the Timothy Reserve Park and the design and installation of new soft foreground at Woodville Park in Hurstville in line with the current master plan and the current plan of management. Back to a bit of history about the.
Just quickly, Councillor Demotz, could you accept the amendment as the seconder?
Thank you. So down to the director's comments, it's already very clear the part of the history and why I'm coming back to see it, because especially the Woodville Park one, that's back to a bit of history back to the former Hurstville Council. I put a motion to open up a bit of a fenced area for, especially for outdoor fitness facilities. It's well used and welcomed in the local community, but that's already past 10 years. Now the equipment got up to that stage to be, I know council mentioned doing the maintenance regularly, but that's after years. I don't know. It's up to that stage that we are going to review that. And the other thing is about Woodville Park. It's a lot of groups doing different activities in the morning. They use that park at different parts for different functions. So that's why I try to suggest a bit of soft foreground for the people who they can gathering rather than gather on the grass and try, for a long time, it ruined the grass or ground. So that's why the second point is coming from. And the first one, I try to review the existing facility at Timothy Reserve Park. So that's where these 2 points are coming from. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Liu. Councillor Demotz, do you wish to speak to this item?
No, Madam Mayor.
Anyone wishing to speak against the item?
Question.
Yeah.
Through you, Madam Mayor. First, I fully support this motion because I'm very familiar with these two parks, and it does need the upgrade and the equipment and the maintenance. And over the years, I have raised multiple requests and questions and motions to upgrade the infrastructure and equipment. And the question through you to the director is, so for the past few questions I raised, you always refer to this spatial framework. So everything will be done under that framework and to collect feedback from the customers and develop a structure. So I don't want to duplicate the work of the council. I'm just wondering, are these motion are all captured in the framework?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, they are. Yeah, so the modification that Councillor Liu has actually put in there covers that off by suggesting that it's in line with the master plan and the plan of management. So that's covered off.
Yeah, so that's my understanding because I raised a similar request to maintenance of ground and the toilet and playgrounds and everything. So it's already in the. So the follow-up question is because I also got a request from the residents. How do they provide the feedback to this spatial framework? I have not got the answer yet. So how can they provide the feedback to the framework?
Similar to all of the other projects, so there will be an opportunity to go through the likes of Your Say and so on to actually provide feedback on those locations. So there will be definite opportunities for the community to.
Yeah. So any ETA because for that.
Through you, Madam Mayor, not at this stage, Councillor. So I'll need to take that on notice.
Okay, so we all just watch out for this spatial framework. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wang. So it's been moved by Councillor Liu, seconded by Councillor Demotz. All those in favour say aye. All those against, I declare it carried. Next, we have NM 014-25, mandating the collection of food organics in garden organics, FOGO, from households by July 2030. Report by Councillor Wang.
Thank you. Thank you for the.
Councillor Allison, you seconding that motion?
Thank you, Councillor Allison. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So early this month, the New South Wales government enacted the FOGO Recycling Act, mandating that the local councils provide the FOGO collection service to all households by July 2030. Additionally, businesses and institutions are required to implement the FOGO collection in stages starting from July 2026. So this 2026 deadline is something new, and it's a bold step signifies a acceleration of the FOGO program to divert organic waste from landfills, transforming it into valuable compost. However, this presents a significant challenge for Georges River Council, as in November 2023, we decided to defer the implementation of a FOGO collection service. With this pivotal development from the New South Wales government, acting swiftly and decisively is imperative to deliver this FOGO program promptly. One reason for our previous deferral was the shortage of funding. So now, with the new law backed by the new law is backed by a 81 million FOGO fund from the state, primarily allocated to councils for infrastructure and education programs. We should actively pursue this funding. In addition, with the rollout of a new rubbish collection service, there may be budgetary surpluses that could be redirected to support the FOGO program. Concerns about the capacity of current waste processing facilities to handle increased FOGO materials were also factors in our deferral. This new legislation could serve as the catalyst needed just to trigger investment in new processing facilities. And FOGO is not just about the new waste management systems. It's about changing mindsets and practices regarding food waste. For example, I personally produce zero FOGO waste by utilizing compost bins at home. While this may not be feasible for everyone, especially those in multi-unit buildings, it underscores the importance of education and creative solutions. About half of the councils in New South Wales has already implemented FOGO in some capacity. So our immediate neighbor, Bayside Council, introduced a green waste bin program in 2023 as the first stage in transitioning to FOGO. They have a very clear strategy. Sutherland Council has a waste education and engagement officer leading innovative waste minimization programs, including the FOGO collection services. Georges River Council may be late to the game, but we can learn so much from other progressive councils. Notably, business has been quick to act. Within 2 weeks of the legislation, the company I worked for had already installed new food waste bins in the kitchen. So if we don't act swiftly, businesses may implement the FOGO fee by July 2026, leaving us unprepared to collect this waste. Even during the pause for our FOGO program, Georges River Council has been promoting compost bins and bin trimming programs. So this effort didn't go wasted. It aligns with FOGO practices and should become integral to our FOGO program. With our new rubbish collection service provider onboarded and the new technology available, we could also have the capacity to leverage these advances effectively. In conclusion, this motion seeks to end the defer and officially accelerate the FOGO program. Any further delay could risk non-compliance with the new legislation. I urge my fellow councillors to support this initiative and demonstrate leadership necessary to ensure Georges River Council deliver the FOGO program in a timely manner.
Thank you, Councillor Wang. Councillor Olsen, do you wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Wang, just. You're good? Okay, anybody wishing to speak against the motion? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against? Declare it carried. Next is NM 015-25 with Glen Lee. Councillor Marnie. Councillor Olsen, wishing to second that? Councillor Marnie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As a long-term member of Oadley Flora and Fauna Conservation Society and as part of Friends of Glen Lee since its inception, and having campaigned strongly to safeguard it during the 2021 and 2024 council elections, I'm very familiar with the irrefutable reasons and vocal community sentiment in favour of saving this iconic property. Glenlee is listed on the National Trust Register as a part of the Lugano Early Settlers Local Heritage Precinct. More importantly, Glenlee is rich in Aboriginal heritage, being the site of one of the first meetings between local Indigenous and the crew of the First Fleet. It contains priceless relevant Aboriginal habitation. Glenlee is also home to over 200 established trees, including Angophora grey gum, and provides habitat for rare and endangered wildlife such as the osprey, swamp wallaby, echidna, and powerful owl. It also safeguards the George River by naturally filtering stormwater from the development which surrounds it. During the last term, I received unanimous support from my councillor colleagues on a lengthy series of notices of motion asking for the state and federal government funding to acquire the property and to issue heritage orders to protect it from development. Sadly, Glenlee still lacks heritage protection, and neither level of government, be it Labor or Liberal, has offered any funding towards its purchase. In November 2022, the former Liberal government refused to issue an interim heritage order, despite unquestionable evidence to the contrary. Campaigners like me thought our luck had changed in 2023, when in February of that year, the Sun Herald reported that the Labor candidate for Oatley said, quote, Labor would issue a new interim heritage order and ensure proper site heritage assessments were conducted, unquote. And according to the leader during the state election campaign, Penny Sharp, who is now the responsible minister, committed to giving a ministerial direction to allow access to the property of Glenlee to complete the further studies for the state heritage listing assessment process. Labor also committed to placing a new interim heritage order over the property. Later on, she suggested council should prepare a business case. However, she never responded to our request to fund it, and to date, the heritage order has never materialised. So, with possible subdivision on the horizon and a federal election around the corner, I'm turning my sights to the main contenders, Mr Albanese and Mr Dutton, in the hope that they will understand the pressing need for Glenlee to be placed in public ownership and considered for national heritage listing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Councillor Olsen, do you wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Marnie, Councillor Marnie, just turn your microphone off for me, please. Thanks. Yeah, there we go.
Sure. Yeah, I'd just like to thank Council for their rare government support for Glenlee, and we all hope that with the upcoming election, we may get some collaboration from our incumbent member and his aspiring his inspiring competitor to purchase the icon for the community.
Thank you, Councillor Allison. Does any councillors wish to speak against this item? If not, I'll put the item. All those in favour say aye. All those against, declare it carried. Next is NM 016-25, beautification of Mortdale Streetscape. Councillor Jamieson.
Thank you.
Seconded by Councillor Moore. Please.
So I wanted to thank the speakers who took the time to voice their community concerns. The Argus impression of the timber seating and tree lighting was highly anticipated, reflecting the vision of a vibrant new streetscape, the central hub for the Mortdale community. With a few minor low-cost adjustments, we can enhance this space and strengthen the community feel. As part of Mortdale's long-term improvements, I encourage a focus on greenery and planter boxes, including replacing damaged trees. Street trees and greenery are frequently requested and greatly appreciated as they enhance the shopping area's atmosphere. These affordable enhancements can make a meaningful difference to the final design. In addition, we could have more regular street cleaning, similar to Project Princess 2222 requests, and for more Christmas decoration 25, as had been discussed in July last year. Thanks.
Sorry, Councillor Jamieson, just wanted to quickly clarify, did you have an amended motion to put forward? That's okay. We'll count that as you're speaking forward if the staff just want to bring that up. Did you want to read that out, Councillor Jamieson, or do you want me to read that out? I'll read it out. Yep. Okay. So the amendment is that Council includes a budget bid in the 25-26 budget for streetscape enhancements in Mortdale Village, specifically installing timber cladding on the concrete seating surrounding the large trees at Morts Road and Pitt Street and Morts Road and Macquarie Place intersections to improve comfort and aesthetics, introducing additional greenery through planter boxes and trees in suitable locations, including outside Chemist Warehouse on Cook Street to mitigate the identified heat spot and enhance the urban canopy. Investigating the installation of appropriate bench seating adjacent to the pedestrian crossing on Cook Street and Morts Road to support pedestrian amenity, installing street tree lighting to activate the centre and improve nighttime vibrancy and safety, installing Christmas lighting and decorations for Christmas 2025 to create a festive atmosphere and support local businesses, removing or replacing the existing tree stump to improve aesthetic and pedestrian accessibility, and investigating alternative bollard designs to replace the existing silver bollards which currently reflect sunlight into vehicles and pedestrian pathways, creating a safety hazard. And part B, that should a budget bid be supported in 25-26 budget, a report is provided to Council outlining the feasibility, cost estimates and implementation timeline for these enhancements. So everything listed in part A is literally requesting a high level budget bid for those items to be considered in the 25-26 budget. Councillor Mort, do you accept that amendment?
Yes.
Do anybody wish to speak against the amendment?
I'm not speaking against the amendment. Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Just in terms of the Christmas decorations, hasn't Mortdale Shopping Centre had Christmas decorations continually over the last couple of years? And the decorations that are there, are they in line with all the other decorations in other town centres?
I think that's a question for the Director. Over here, Christy.
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes. So we have a tree located in each of those town centres and then the wreaths that hang on the post around the LGA.
So, are you proposing extra decorations in Mortdale?
In July last year, we actually brought it about activating the centres, and one of the points that we said is to actually improve the Christmas decorations in the area to help activate it, including lights and stuff. So that was part of a motion that was probably before you came to Council.
Okay, so that's been moved by Councillor Jamieson, seconded by Councillor Mort. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against? I declare it carried. Next, NM 01725, reduction in tree canopy cover, Councillor Allison.
Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Money, seconding that.
I put forward this motion calling on the state government to reinstate the Greening Our City grants program. We all know that housing reform in New South Wales is undergoing major changes. Introduction of a low to mid-rise housing policy, allowing dual occupancies on lots as small as 450 square metres, along with the new transport-orientated development planning controls, means we're heading towards significantly higher density living. More concrete on smaller blocks, less private green space, little to no tree canopy. These changes will fundamentally alter the character of our leafy communities. We hear a whole lot about the importance of infrastructure to support the increase in housing supply. But when people talk about infrastructure, they mention roads, hospitals, schools and parking. What is missing from this conversation? You guessed it, trees. They fulfill such beneficial livability qualities owing to their generous creature comforts. With less trees, we're at risk of creating neighbourhoods that are urban heat traps. With less canopy to shade our streets, reducing our ambient heat and providing the cool benefits that green infrastructure offers. Is this the future that we want to leave our children? Let's be clear, our Georges River LGA has lost 10% of our remaining tree cover since 2019. I know that sounds hard to believe, but from a baseline figure of 22% canopy down to 20% in 3 years, that's 2% is equated to 10% of loss in that period. This is an alarming figure that will certainly be eclipsed care of the current government plans afoot. To improve living conditions, Georges River Council adopted a revised tree management policy in 2024, which set a target of achieving 40% urban canopy cover by 2038 in alignment with the Greater Sydney Region Plan. At the same time, the state government has devised housing policies that will make urban greening even more challenging. Simply put, smaller lot sizes mean less space for trees. Increased driveways mean fewer opportunities for tree planting. The Greening Our City Grants program was an essential tool for councils like ours to combat canopy deficits. It supported tree planting initiatives in suburbs with low canopy cover, where communities are already suffering from excessive heat exposure. Communities like Hurstville, Cogger and Kings Road need a drastic improvement in their tree canopy, or residents will suffer the consequences. Trees are not a luxury, they're a necessity. They cool our streets, reduce heat stress, support biodiversity, and make our communities more livable. In saying that, I implore Council to write to the Minister for Planning and Public Spaces, Mr Paul Scully MP, requesting the recommencement of the Greening Our Cities Grants program to help remedy the situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Allison. Councillor Marnie, do you wish to speak to this item? Councillor Allison, just pop your microphone on.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Just to thank Councillor Allison for his initiative.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Councillor Jamieson, you have a question?
Yeah, just a quick question. Like I know that we went to Donnelly Park Reserve and there was trees that had been down or damaged for a while. How long? What's the schedule to replace trees and damage? And there's a tree like we discussed in Mortdale and ANZ. How long does it take to replace them?
So a tree that is being damaged or dead, how long does it replaced? I'll put that question to the Director of Assets. I think we're talking about trees on public lands. Yep. If trees on public land are damaged or dead, what's the schedule for replacing them?
Through you, Madam Mayor. There isn't really a program in place for the replacement of trees. There is a tree planting program that we deliver year on year. It's been difficult to capture the number of trees that actually come down unless we actually physically do a removal. So if we physically remove or replace that with 2 trees in line with policy, the trees that are coming down, there's not a specific program. So it's an area that needs a little bit more work.
Okay. Any councillors wishing to speak against this motion? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against? Declare it carried. Next is NM 01825, e-bikes and e-scooters. Councillor Marnie. Seconded by Deputy Mayor Lou.
Thanks, Madam Mayor and Deputy Mayor Lou. Last year, the Honourable Joe Haylen MP, former Transport Minister, revealed that there were 1.35 million e-scooters and e-bikes, officially called micro-mobility devices, in New South Wales homes, that nearly 460,000 of those were e-scooters. This form of transport is increasingly popular, having obvious benefits such as easy parking, commuting, getting cars into roads, thus reducing congestion and pollution. However, there are obvious safety risks when operating these, with riders and passengers being vulnerable, as are pedestrians when they are used on footpaths and in other public spaces such as parks. There are numerous reports of accidents, including fatalities, apparently due to ignorance of both the law and safe use. It is evident that a large number of users are unaware that privately owned e-scooters are currently prohibited on roads and footpaths, and that although e-bikes can legally be used on roads, the only models that are permitted are those which must be able to be propelled by the rider as well. Those which rely solely on battery power are prohibited. I thank the Director for conducting, in advance of conducting an education campaign which will incorporate safety risks and legal issues around the use and charging of these devices so that members of the public are better informed. I also sincerely hope that the state government now urgently implements appropriate legislation and conducts a comprehensive education campaign to keep riders, passengers and road and footpath users safe. And as a supporter of Council's own e-scooter trial, I look forward to studying the state government's feedback on that as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Councillor Jamieson.
Yes, I just had a quick question that I noticed the speaker said Teresa Cott was asking, and I'm just a bit confused. Is it legal or not legal? And the questions, I wouldn't think that we were doing a trial if it was illegal.
To the Director of Assets.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the trials instigated by the state government have obviously been legal. The state does actually set the legislation around e-scooters and e-bikes. So we follow that legislation. Whether we actually continue allowing them within the local government area, that's an issue totally for council, but they are legal. They are legal, and particularly under the trial.
Just as a point of clarification, the only ones that are legal were the ones that were operated by Beam as part of the trial program, not the privately owned e-scooters. Just for clarification.
Through you, Madam Mayor. There is a little bit of a grey area because it's hard to determine what it is, but it's actually based on the speed that they go. So the ones that we actually trialled were absolutely legal. Some of those e-scooters, I think, you get up to about 80 kilometres an hour. They're totally illegal.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that, but it was based on speed. Anyway, Councillor Wang, you have a question?
Yes, I have a question. So it's a similar one. So how about the e-bike? Because I saw lots of e-bike doing the delivery of food. Is that legal on the footpath?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yeah, e-bikes are legal. Again, I think there are speed restrictions and they need to actually have pedals. So you need to be able to pedal them. If they don't have a pedal, they'd be considered as a motorcycle. So that's the differentiator. But they need to be speed limited. You can't just sort of, get up to the 60 to 80 kilometres an hour that some of them go. They will not be legal, and the police will probably take action.
And are they legal to ride on the footpath, or is it based on speed too? Sorry, putting on the spot.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I don't think it's legal to ride a bicycle on a footpath. I think you've got to ride a bicycle on the road on a road reserve. So it would follow similar sort of rules as a bicycle.
Thank you. So that has been moved by Councillor Marnie, seconded by Deputy Mayor Liu. Do you wish to speak on the item, Deputy Mayor?
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I fully support and appreciate this motion being put up to the council meeting. I think it is a very cautious and vigilant ways to wait for the further report being provided to council, and then including the feedback and result from the e-scooter trial, for us to make the decision for the further steps. I think it's a very good motion. That's why I wanted to second it and support it. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay. If there's no other speakers, Councillor Mort has a question.
Yeah, I'd just like to speak in support of Councillor Marnie's motion, if I could. Yeah. So e-scooters have become a very popular mode of transport, but they come with great risk, particularly fire hazards. Just yesterday, a fire broke out in Surf Road at Cronulla due to an e-scooter battery malfunction. Thankfully, no one was hurt. This incident is a stark reminder of the dangers of these devices. Lithium-ion batteries, which power e-scooters, can overheat, explode, cause intensive fires, especially if damaged or improperly charged. We've seen a sharp rise in such incidents, with injuries and fatalities reported worldwide. Stay safe. Always use the manufacturer's charger. Never charge e-scooters. Never charge an e-scooter unattended. Store them away from flammable materials and regularly inspect the damage. Also remember that in New South Wales, personal e-scooters are not permitted on public roads. So let's be cautious and prioritise the safety as we embrace new technology. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Mort. Councillor Anzalotti. I'm not speaking for it. Hang on a second. Councillor Mort, could you turn your microphone off, please? Thanks.
In relation, my goodness, in relation to just the information about the safety risk involved with the use of associated batteries, the New South Government just very recently has actually uploaded to their website information about the safety risk involved with the use of associated batteries and battery chargers to cover safety methods of disposal of these items, and the Fire and Rescue have also released some new standards which are on New South Wales Government website. So perhaps instead of reinventing the wheel, investing some funds into it, we can just repurpose what's already there.
Yeah, excellent. Okay, I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against? I declare it carried. Next, we have NM019-25, investigation of parking on Bembridge and surrounding streets in Carlton and Cogbrook. Councillor Gow.
I'd just like to put the amendment.
Let's let Councillor Gow, you go first.
Oh, after you, Councillor Gow.
I'm glad you were reading your sheets, Councillor. Stratocopoulos, my apologies. So my motion reads, the council investigate converting parallel parking to 90 degrees all angled parking on Bembridge Street and surrounding streets in Carlton and Cogra to increase parking capacity. And number 2, undertakes any necessary assessments, including road width, traffic flow, pedestrian safety and accessibility to implement this change as soon as possible. I think it's extremely straightforward. Parking is a constant issue in Carlton and Cogra. We've got more high density areas, growing population, increased traffic have just become so much more frustrating for residents and businesses. I think this is a practical solution to get us more available parking space. We've already heard from residents here tonight that Bembridge Street in particular is a hotspot for illegal parking, specifically double parallel parking. I think the street's wide enough for us to be bold, to look at a bold solution like this, and to phase out illegal parking that is unsafe, that is not practical, and it's just frustrating for local residents. This proposal to investigate converting parallel parking to an angled parking it's a small change that we believe could make a big difference to our community, especially in Cogra, in Carlton. Let's just go for it. Let's be bold and let's just do it.
Thank you. And Councillor Amber Haber, are you seconding that motion? Thank you. And Councillor, do you wish to speak as the seconder? Yeah. Sorry, Coppers, you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just in respect of the motion, I think what also needs to be very clear about that precinct or that rule section is that there is a Orthodox church there as well, and that has a lot of implication on, is it a Russian one? I can't remember. Eastern Orthodox Church. And so the parking issue there seems to be, we're door knocking a couple of weekends ago, and the residents have indicated that has a lot of impact in that street. And also we recently opened an urgent care clinic up the road that's been there for nearly 2 years, and that operates from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. 7 days a week. I think this is a good opportunity to also open up additional parking in that area to ensure that people that are coming to that urgent care clinic has access to some decent parking. It has shot up with the usage. Up until now, it's over 9,000 people have come in to use that urgent care clinic. So I think it would be appropriate to, and I ask the council here to support this motion, given that it is a very busy area. Thank you.
Councillor Stratokopoulos.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, I'd like to put forward an amendment for consideration. The amendment is as follows. I believe it's screen. That Council A considers a budget bid of $10,000 in the 2025-26 operating budget to conduct a comprehensive parking assessment of Bembridge Street, Carlton, to reconfigure parking to increase capacity. The assessment should consider 1. Key factors and constraints in accordance with relevant standards and guidelines, namely AS 2890.5 2020 parking facilities, Part 5, on-street parking, and the New South Wales road rules. Section 2, the length of parking spaces, required safety buffer zones, minimum lane widths required to accommodate reconfiguration, necessary clearances from intersections and driveways, sightlines, and traffic points. Part B, provide a report to a future Georges River Traffic Advisory Committee for consideration on the outcome of the assessment should a budget be supported. Thank you.
Councillor Jemison, are you seconding?
Yes, I have a question actually.
Yeah. Okay, your question?
Yeah, both speakers mentioned about
Councillor Jemison, second the amendment.
About parking and actually enforcement. I don't know, Councillor Gow, have you approached the staff to try and get some more parking reinforcements and ranges down there, or has it been done as a focus point? It's just that both of them have mentioned it.
That's all right. So my motion only calls for an investigation, which, you know, could mean a feasibility study to get this to happen.
So to the ducks through.
Question for the director.
Yeah,
Has there been any requests for increased range patrols at Bembridge Street? See if you can know the answer to that one.
Well, first I'm going to try and stand because I haven't been standing all night. Apologies for that, councillors. I've got a mirror councillors. I'm not aware of any specific requests for additional patrols. It's the areas we do patrol pretty regularly, so it's pretty easy to flag the issue, particularly given the specifics of some of the issues you raised tonight, whether it's by council resolution request process or just post my analysis of this council meeting, just to flag that to the Ranger team and have them out validating. I'll note that some of the issues raised were also police matters, not council staff matters, so might well have some of the findings reported back to the police so they're aware of some of the traffic violations that they're in control of.
So, question to Councillor Gow, do you accept the amendment from Councillor Stratokopoulos?
I do.
Wonderful. The amendment becomes the motion. And if there's no further speakers, we will put the motion. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Sorry, I forgot to ask Councillor Amber Abraham the second. Do you accept it as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. Okay, now I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against, I declare it carried. Next, we have NM 02025, investigation of garbage collection after the waste bin changes. Councillor Gow. Councillor Amber Heller, thank you. Is a seconder.
So I've amended the motion slightly. So number one, that the council acknowledges the recent significant waste collection failures across the LGA, including but not limited to repeated missed collection services, the failure to notify residents of changing collection days, roadblocks to residents assessing missed collection services, and the breakdown in communication with residents and strata managers. Acknowledges that residents of units and strata complexes have been disproportionately affected, especially those in Cogra, Carlton, Allawa, and Hurstville. Provide a report to the elected council on the contractual penalties that can be enforced and the timeline for their enforcement. and conduct an investigation into these failures and provide a report to the council detailing A, the cause of the failures, B, which entity, council, contractor, etc. is responsible, C, what actions are being undertaken to rectify this in a short term, D, what actions are being undertaken to prevent a reoccurrence of this, and E, prepares a report containing preliminary findings of staff of council staff on the feasibility of bringing waste collection services back in-house, and prepares a report on options to provide rate relief or other financial compensation as an act of grace payments to residents affected by repeated missed waste services. And finally, that these reports be presented to the council prior to the April council meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Gao. So that's your revised motion, and Councillor Amber Haber, do you accept that as the seconder? Okay. Would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think the motion is very straightforward in its own. All of us here know about the problems with the bin collection changes over the last month, specifically affecting the residents in my ward, the Kogarah Bay ward. And we know that units, there is no denying that units and strata complexes from Empress Street in Hurstville to Regent Street in Kogarah have all been severely and disproportionately affected. The widespread sentiment that I have received from residents on the streets, outside their complexes, door knocking in their units, have been that if they were 2 weeks or 3 weeks late on their rent payments or their rate payments to council, they will be financially penalised. So from the feedback that we have received, I think it is only sensible, it is only practical that we provide some kind of compensation to residents who have been disproportionately affected by this mess. We need to hold the contractor to maximum account for these failures. It is not the first time this has happened. It has happened before as well. This crisis, this bin crisis, I should say, over the last 2 weeks have only exacerbated this issue. I think we as a council need to be sensible, need to be practical and look at this issue with all our eyes open and determine what is the best way forward. Our residents pay their rates on time, they pay their rent payments on time, and they just expect their garbage to be collected on time.
Thank you, Councillor Gao. Councillor Amber, do you wish to speak?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Just in respect of this motion, I completely support it. 2 weekends ago, Councillor Gao and myself door knocked almost about 600 homes on a weekend. Particular precincts impacted, suburbs were impacted was clearly Carlton, Alouette and Kogarah. I'm also aware of a lot of people in Mortdale was also impacted as well. I don't think it's only limited to Kogarah Bay ward. In particular, a non-for-profit organisation, Meals and Wheels, also did not receive any communication about this, and they're an organisation that obviously cook meals for people in need, and I think it's really important to understand that they were also impacted from the lack of communication. I think we owe the community some response, or there is a responsibility on us to make sure that we can tell them what has happened. We are purely also clients of Veolia, and I think it's really important that we bring Veolia to this conversation and provide information for the community. We had people that were distressed. We had people that said they'd got no communication whatsoever. When asked about even correspondence from Strata, it was mixed. I spoke to people who said they got stickers on the bins to tell them that their bin, they basically didn't change. So I don't understand why we put stickers on bins for communities where their bins didn't change at all. It created a lot of confusion in the community. Now, I know that we were provided a very clear outline of communication in the last term of council, which I thought was pretty detailed, but I don't think that execution carried through. The service provider for bins, this is their bread and butter work, using trucks, understanding the routes. How is it any different particularly for like even a bus service when a driver is trained to learn the routes? At Vinnie's, we make sure our volunteers know the route before we put those vans out to serve the community who are struggling with homelessness. This is bread and butter work, operations wise, and I think we need to make some accountability to the contractor and make sure that we provide the community a response as to why, we can only, I've heard some commentary about there are teething issues, but I think this was more than a teething issue. We pay these guys to deliver a service using ratepayers' funds. I think we owe the community a response why this was a bit of a disaster. People were complaining that their bins weren't empty for 2 weeks. I have residents that are distressed, that they're really anxious. I keep emailing, the general manager and the director, and you guys are doing your best. It would have been a very troublesome time for the staff. I acknowledge that. But there's an expectation when the community know their rates are going up. What are they paying for? If we can't even follow through with a delivery service around collecting bins, we lose trust in the community. So I think we owe it to our residents a detailed investigation, a report explaining to them what has happened. We may even need to consider actually providing some further communication to confirm what those days are, because some people are still confused. So I ask the councillors around the table to consider supporting this motion. I think it's very detailed. I think it's about making sure that we are accountable to our residents, and also making sure that the contractors are accountable for the money that we're paying for their service.
Thank you, Councillor Amber Abraham. Councillor Jamieson? You wish to speak against? Yeah.
I rise tonight on this motion. I do so with a sense of responsibility to our community and a commitment to ensuring we approach this matter with maturity, integrity, and a focus on practical solutions rather than political opportunism. Over the past few weeks, the transition to our new waste collection service has presented challenges that Council has been working diligently to address. The logistical complexity of this change cannot be overstated. It is the most significant overhaul of our waste collection service in over 16 years. The Mortdale unit area has been very much affected. I have been going up and down the streets, opening bins, checking if they've been collected or if they had not been wheeled back. I have also been checking if half-empty bins were due to not being emptied or if they had been emptied and left out, leaving residents to start putting rubbish back into them. For some of us, it has been pretty chaotic. Similarly, other high unit areas such as Hurstville, Alva and Carlton have suffered the deepest disruption. I still believe that it is critical that we communicate with honesty, transparency and a commitment to constructive problem solving. It is becoming clear to me that the wheel in, wheel out service is still not being serviced correctly, as I have discovered walking up and down the streets of Mortdale. This is being addressed daily by Council's manager with Veolia for resolution. Unfortunately, what we have seen from certain councillors is not an attempt to provide solutions or support residents through this transition. Instead, we have seen a deliberate campaign to inflame anxiety and undermine confidence in a service that is in the process of stabilising. The exaggerated rhetoric and scaremongering that have been employed do not serve our community. They serve only to create a division and anger. I want to be clear. This transition is not without its difficulties. However, the reality is that the majority of waste collections have proceeded as scheduled. Where there have been miscollections, Council and our contractor Veolia have been instructed to take immediate action, deploying additional vehicles, running collection services on weekends, and working overtime to ensure services return to normal as quickly as possible. I can't say that I'm 100% happy with Mortdale at all, but I will continue to follow it up until it is sorted out. Councillor Gower's motion demonstrates a fundamental misunderstanding of the waste industry. The reality is that there are very few providers in this market, and this contract negotiated over 3 years in partnership with Bayside Council was designed to deliver long-term improvements. The new technology incorporated into this service will allow us to better track collections, identify missed services and enforce contractual penalties where necessary. This is an investment in better services for our community. My question is this: has this motion really been thought through? Is it financially and legally responsible on behalf of the council? Have we looked at the cost involved in breaking a 12-year contract? If you break the contract with Bayside, are we financially responsible for their breakage costs? How long will it take to bring this service in-house? What happens to the other 12,000 residents if we pull the plug with Viola right now? Have you really thought this through? Have there been meetings with the GM and the directors and the solicitors? Has it been in collaboration? Has this been investigated properly with consequences thoroughly considered? Rather than engaging, have you spoken to the GMs? You can't speak to the GM except through a motion. Rather than engaging in baseless political point scoring, all councillors should be working together to ensure our residents receive accurate information. Council staff are working tirelessly to address this transition, and I want to take a moment to thank them for the dedication. And I have been on the email and phone plenty of times, so I apologise. Their efforts deserve our support, not the unfair criticisms of being thrown around for political gain. The vast majority of our community understands this and has responded with patience and understanding. One of my residents who has been affected by this, by the bins, Ross Skinner, who Councillor Arthur helped, allowed me to use his quote: "If councillors focus more on the better outcomes of the community rather than the political gains, the community would be better off." The true test of leadership is not how loud you can shout when the challenge arises. It is how effectively you can guide people through these challenges. Councillor Gower has failed that test for this motion. I urge my fellow councillors to reject it in favour of a more responsible and constructive approach.
Councillor Hunt?
If I could speak in reply to Councillor Jamieson, please. I think the true test of leadership is...
Speaking for the motion, eh? We've had two speakers for. I'll allow you to speak for the motion.
Sorry, for Councillor Gower's original amendment, that's what I'm speaking for.
There hasn't been an amendment. There's just been the motion moved by Councillor Gower, seconded by Councillor Amber Haber, and Councillor Jamieson has spoken against it. I'll allow you to speak as another speaker for the original motion. Am I correct? There's only one motion. We don't have an amendment on the table.
I think Madam Mayor, Councillor Hunt is trying to speak as part of the reply to Councillor Jamieson.
Well, I think only the original mover can have the right of reply, but I'll allow you to speak for the original motion.
Yeah, I'll be short.
Yeah.
And thank you for your indulgence. I think the true test of leadership, respectfully, Councillor Jamieson, is to admit that something's gone wrong, and it's okay. And I think if we don't navel gaze and figure out what has gone wrong here, then we won't ensure that it will happen again. I've come from an industry when, there's a cutover, you do a handover test and you work out, if the routes are right and there's everything that's been documented properly. And maybe that didn't happen, and that's okay. Mistakes can be made. Maybe we can do better about the communications that go out so that residents don't have that anxiety. I myself have been contacted by residents who are like, dude, what do I do? Do I put it out on the original day or the new day? And it sucks because they're anxious. They don't know what to do, so they just pull it out every day. So I don't think it's about politicizing what's happened, but I think it's about having a fair go and examining what's caused it, and if there are avenues in which we can hold Veolia to account, and trying to figure that out. I think it's just a reasonable step that we need to have. Is it a deliberate campaign? I don't think so. I think Councillor Gower has helped people that have had their bins out and there's rubbish all over the floor. I think he's had it up with me because I'm putting requests into to him too, and I'm like, dude, you've got to work on this one. You've got to get these things together. Yeah, I just think that my reply is that I think that it can be interpreted as constructive. And I hope that councillors can see that, I think there's an attempt being made to sort of demonstrate that transparency to our residents that they're probably sorely seeking in this. And if that can come through in the communications that council issue, I think that would be helpful to rebuild some of that trust that may have been lost, or ease some of that anxiety some of the residents are feeling. Thank you.
I'll come to you in a second, Councillor Jamieson. I would just like to make the statement that council has acknowledged that the transition to the new waste contract has not been without its challenges, and council did make a public apology on social media on the 13th of March 2025. So I think that that's been clear. Council's acknowledged it hasn't been as smooth as we'd like, and we've made a public apology. In addition, today we've received a public statement from council's contractor, Veolia, which I'd like to read to the meeting now. So this is released just today by Veolia. We would like to thank Georges River residents for rapidly adapting to the new waste collection service, which required almost 50,000 households to move their bin collection days. A change of this magnitude is a considerable undertaking, but was necessary to deliver our ambition of improved recycling rates and establish a more reliable waste collection service for residents. While we are pleased to report that the vast majority of residents made a seamless transition, there have been instances of missed collections. We are working through these as a priority with additional trucks over the weekends. We acknowledge this has been a challenging time for some households, and we thank those residents for their patience and understanding. We are moving rapidly towards the completion of their transition and are committed to delivering a quality service for Georges River residents. For any residents still experiencing issues, please notify us at the Log It Fix It or by calling the waste hotline on the 1-800 number so we can immediately resolve the matter. So council wishes to thank the community for their patience as well as the transition to the new waste collection schedule stabilises, and we are committed to providing a better waste service for our community. So we've had 3 speakers for. We've had 1 speaker against. Councillor Amber Haberhard, do you have a question or? So we've had 3 speakers for, so I can't allow another speaker for. I
Just
have
trying
a
to get some
question.
clarification in response to Councillor Jamison's concerns about particulars outlined in the motion and how it doesn't address the concerns that she's raised around action items for us to be actually to respond back to the community around what's actually happened. Like a sorry statement's great. They're not going to read that, Madam Mayor.
Well, 40,000 people have viewed this social media post on council's social media, so that has been viewed by 40,000 people. So that people have seen that apology statement.
Can I just make a constructive interjection?
Just can you hold the thought?
Yes.
Madam Mayor.
Sorry, I just need to call for a procedural motion, if I could, for an extension of time of the meeting. If Councillor Lansbury, we move that. We don't need a second or anything for procedural motion. I will we'll move it to say 11:30. Go to midnight. We've not got a long goal to go. Okay, procedural motion to extend the time to midnight. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against? Declare that carried. Sorry. So Councillor Amy Hayward, do you want to conclude your comments, what you were saying there?
I'll be very brief, Madam Mayor. I'm trying to understand, Councillor Jamison raised a number of particulars around this being political, and I think Councillor Horn has also responded to that. I think what is very clear about the motion is giving specific items that we can go back to our community, knowing that we've advocated to understand where did we go wrong. I think we owe that for the community.
Okay, I think that you're speaking for the motion. I think Councillor Jamison's questions that she raised was part of her delivery of speaking against the motion. We will.
Well, can I speak, Madam Mayor, as a right of reply to Councillor Jamison?
Sorry, Councillor Lansbury did have a line on before. Did you wish to speak?
I was hoping to speak against it.
Okay,
So
so again, have one more speaker against. So I'll allow you to speak against, and then you'll right of reply, Councillor Gow.
Thank you. Well, first I'm going to start by saying I'm going to acknowledge the comments that were made by Councillor Pun about it not being politicised. I really don't agree with you on that. I have to say some of the comments and posts I've seen on Facebook in the last couple of weeks have been pretty unedifying for somebody who is a member of the elected governing body. It's not appropriate to be making quips like Bingate when we've got residents who are genuinely experiencing these problems. You can sit there and smirk, but I actually found it really embarrassing as a long-standing, which I know you guys hate hearing, representative of the Labor Party and long-term councillor, to not actually be representing council as you are the council, holding council to account. You're not in campaign mode, you are the council. You need to be taking responsibility for that and stop throwing rocks at the council as if it's another entity that you need to be doing that to. It has been made very political. This is something that we very rarely go through. The last time I went through this in my council career was in my first term of council when they first introduced the joint waste contract with Cogra, Hurstville and Rockdale. And there were teething problems. Of course there were teething problems. That was like 16 years ago, apparently. Prior to that, I think each LGA had their own. We had at Cogra had a contract with Just Cleanaway, and it was a huge undertaking. And everybody that, you know, I actually respected the people that came before me, but everybody that was there said this is a huge undertaking. We've never taken on anything as big as this before. We all need to sort of get behind it, and we did. Unfortunately, I haven't actually experienced it this time. We all acknowledge that there have been issues with the contractor. That my understanding is that council officers are meeting with them daily to resolve this. This is not something that they're just sitting on their hands thinking, oh well, you know, it'll rectify itself. This is a huge undertaking, and the director could remind me as to just how many pickups they've done, and the line is that it's 99% of them have been collected. That's great. Of course things are going to go wrong on a scale like this, and instead of actually throwing rocks and making it political, the rest of us have actually dealt with our directors and general manager and council officers to try and resolve it and engage with our residents to get this fixed. This is all we want. We don't want to throw rocks. We can go through the rest of these things, calling for all of these reports. I'm glad that it seems to have been modified from, what was it, acknowledging fault originally, which was completely hypocritical, because then it was like finding out who actually caused the issue. Is it a contractor or council? Council's not out there emptying bins now. We've contracted that out to a contractor who should be doing their job properly. Yes, they've dropped the ball, very much so in certain areas. The areas that have been most affected have been the multi-unit dwellings. We all acknowledge that. But instead of trying to resolve it, we don't need to be apportioning blame to council officers who are doing their job, have been working on this contract, as Councillor Jamieson so very eloquently put in her words before. They've been working on this for years. This is not something that they cobbled together last year, and it may come as a surprise to some councillors that the world didn't start at Georges River when you arrived. You know, there's been a lot going into this 4 years. They did have to actually push it back a few months. It was meant to be, from off the top of my head, introduced in late November, but there were issues that pushed it back. I think we all just need to chill here and just accept that this is a huge undertaking. Stop apportioning blame. Stop demanding reports within the next 5 minutes that is going to take them away from the work that they're doing to resolve these problems. You know, and the feasibility of bringing waste collection services back in-house, wow. I don't think I remember that happening since I was a little kid, and as we know, that was a very long time ago. I think Camden Council may do it, but they also have a dump within their LGA, so it works. So if we were to investigate bringing waste collection in-house, we'd have to break the contracts, multi-million dollars, that would be. We'd have to buy trucks. We'd have to staff them. We'd have to renegotiate our disposal contracts. And don't you think all of this energy would be better served in resolving the situation that we've got, rather than diverting the work of council officers to addressing this motion and providing reports within the next couple of weeks before the April council meeting? I'm sorry, it's just an absurdity. It's really frustrating to me that, again, we're wasting time throwing rocks at council officers who are doing their job, rather than trying to resolve the problem and actually accepting that things go wrong. It's not a perfect situation. Problems have happened. Nobody wants it more than this group of people. We don't want to keep getting text messages and emails, and I'm quite sure the director and the council officers don't want to keep getting emails and council requests and, oh my God, such and such a street, the red bins haven't been picked up for 2 weeks. Yeah, it's been really bad. But why don't we just acknowledge that it's happened, move forward, get it resolved, and allow our council officers to do their jobs and get on with it? rather than turning it into a political thing and posting on Facebook. It's like, if it isn't on Facebook, it didn't really happen. Solve the problem by dealing with the council officers rather than inflaming the situation in the community. You can laugh, Councillor Amber, but I'm really disappointed that you've jumped on this bandwagon, but I'm going to leave it there.
Is it a question, Councillor Jamalski?
A question, yeah. I'll be allowed
Councillor
questions.
Gow, the right to reply. Yep.
Okay.
Quick question, and then we'll go to the right to reply.
All right,
which is
so I'll
the
be
end.
quick. Look,
He's just going to ask a question, and then after your right to
I'm just
reply,
going to ask a question. Look, yes, there were some issues where the, waste contractors missed rubbish bins around the multi-dwelling units. I just want to ask, what's the current situation now? I believe that people are working on that problem, and what's the current situation with the waste bins? They are being collected, and so on. I understand this is
to the director.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor and Council. The current consideration is the number of missed bins have dramatically reduced from notionally 700 in the first week to 400 to even less this week. The way we approach it is you need to tell us everything that's going on, and you'll get sick of, well, you probably might have got sick of us, log and fix at waste hotline. We can't take any action, and this is short-term action, unless we find out about it. So as onerous as it may well seem, we can't do anything about a community member who's struggling to get their bins done if we don't see it. So the current situation is, yes, the reduction in missed bins is happening pretty quickly. We've got extra staff out there. We've got the contractor out there. We have huge visibility on what is being missed at the moment, and we'll continue to have better visibility moving forward. But as I said, if you know something, please let us know. Don't be concerned about sending it through, and we'll address it. That's the short-term answer.
So it's as I understand, it's a transient situation, and it will work better and quicker to resolve these problems in the next couple of months. Weighing out bringing the waste in-house, as that motion states, and keeping the situation as it is, and working towards finding a solution with the current contractor, versus cutting all the ties and bringing all the waste within in-house. I believe towards you, what's the better option through you, Madam Mayor, to the director?
Madam Mayor, Council, I'm not in a position to say what the better option is. That's the purpose of the report that's been called for. My answer pertains to the short-term response to the issues that the community is facing. So.
And I think it's important to note that this new contract is intended to give us greater visibility on things like missed collections. So in the coming months, there will be a process of bin change, which will enable council to have real-time tracking of missed collections and times that bins are collected and things like that. So it's only going to improve the service that the community receives. I might go now to Councillor Gow for your right of reply, and then we'll put this to a vote.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I'll be brief on my right of reply. And after hearing your statement read from Veolia, and wanted to acknowledge Councillor Lansbury's words, as well as Councillor Jamieson. From what I've gathered here, is the solution to what none of us here deny has been a systemic failure in operation by the contractor, is to continue to do nothing, is to continue to wait, is to tell the residents that things may be better going forward. We've had residents over the last couple of weeks report to us that they have been on the phones, on the waste hotline. They're 36 to 72 in line, waiting. I've heard over and over again about the malfunction in communication between the contractor and the residents. I think we need real solutions. We cannot continue as an elected council to gaslight our residents who put us here in the first place. We need real solutions. We need answers for our residents. I think my motion reads as it's a pragmatic solution to give those answers to our residents. Because I've said it again, and I'll say it before, our residents pay their rates and rent payments on time, and they deserve to have their bins and garbage collected on time.
Okay, I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour, we'll go around the room. Ms McKinley, to take the vote.
Madam Mayor,
Against.
Councillor Allison,
Against.
Councillor Amby Haberhart,
For.
Councillor Anzalotti,
For.
Councillor Arthur,
For.
Councillor Demoski,
Against.
Councillor Gow,
For.
Councillor Jamieson,
Against.
Councillor Lansbury,
Against.
Councillor Lou,
Against.
Councillor Marnie,
Against.
Councillor Mort,
Against.
Councillor Punn,
For.
Councillor Stratokopoulos,
Against.
Councillor Wang.
For.
9 votes against, 6 votes for.
I declare the motion lost. We move to NM 02125, installation of safety fence at Railway Parade, Alawa. Councillor Gow.
Thank you. So,
If we could just call for a seconder.
seconded by Councillor Amby Haberhart, Madam Mayor. So, I want to go. Sorry, you came up. So, the motion reads that the council allocate funding in the 2025-2026 financial year for the installation of safety railing or barriers at Railway Parade and at the intersection of Lily Street and Elizabeth Street, Alawa, to enhance pedestrian and resident safety outside local cafes and businesses. 2, prioritises this installation as a matter of urgency in the 2025-2026 due to the significant safety risks posed to our community. And finally, request the General Manager to report back to the elected council with a clear timeline for the completion of these works in the next financial year.
Sorry, Councillor Stratokopoulos, did you have a question or you've got your light on before Councillor Gow? Yeah, okay, go Councillor.
Thanks, Councillor Stratokopoulos. Look, I think the motion reads as straightforward as it is once again. Look, the intersection outlined there, it is a safety hazard. So many residents have reported back to me that they've seen and witnessed multiple accidents at that dangerous choke point. There's rampant speeding all along Park Road from Lily Street down to Ramsgate. People want to feel safe. People want to feel safe in their neighbourhoods. And look, we cannot wait any longer until there's a fatal accident that happens at that intersection for us to do something as an elected council. I think we all here talk about revitalising our suburbs. This is a practical solution, again, a pragmatic one, something similar that was constructed outside TJ's in Penshurst. I know I wanted to acknowledge your work, Councillor Jamieson, in your advocacy there, and as well as obviously Councillor Amber Haberhart and Councillor Arthur in achieving those safety rails. Look, we've all talked about revitalising our suburbs. This will do the job in getting that such revitalising happening. If local businesses can have more seating outside, their customers, our residents, need to feel safe at the first instance. We know that intersection is a hazard. Driving up there on a Saturday morning, seeing people crowded outside the cafe, I think it's a very uncomfortable feeling on a rainy day when cars are skidding down Lily Street. I just think this is a sensible motion and it is a matter of public safety, and we as a council need to take priority in this.
Yeah, Councillor Lansbury has a question.
I have a question. I'm going to pose it to the director first, but I'm curious, Councillor Gow, where any sort of need came from. I mean, I live there. I drive there walked there several times a day. I've never seen any issues there. Nobody's ever raised it with me. So I'm just curious as to where these concerns have come from. And to the director, have there been any incidents of accidents or safety issues? Because I'm not aware of them. I've lived in that location for a really long time and I'm not aware of anything.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we haven't had any information in relation to any accidents in that area. We haven't obviously had an opportunity to actually have a look at this from two fronts, which I include in the director's comments. One being from a traffic perspective to see where the improvements were warranted, but probably even more concerning from an engineering detail point of view. It's not a matter of just bolting these things onto a footpath. You've got to be able to withstand a bus, because otherwise, if it gets clipped by a bus, it will actually take out the whole street. So we haven't had an opportunity to have a look at it.
Councillor Strathopoulos.
I also have a question to the director. Do any of the businesses along Railway Parade near the intersection of Elizabeth Street have footpath trading licences?
To the director.
Through the mayor, I believe there's a cafe right there that has its chairs and a table, like it's not excessive. They're currently doing a review, the team. So I believe it's lapsed and they're going back out, but given it was approved previously, it's unlikely. We don't have any. The other potential business is the pizzeria on the side, though I don't believe they have anything in place at the moment, but that's a possibility there.
Okay, thank you. Yes, on that note, I'd like to put an amendment to the motion through. The amendment being that up on the screen, that the general manager investigate the demand and feasibility of the installation of a safety fence at Railway Parade at the intersection of Lily Street and Elizabeth Street in Allawah. Secondly, provide a report back to council once the investigation is completed. Thank you.
Councillor Gow, do you accept that amendment?
Can I add an amendment to that, Councillor Strathopoulos, to your amendment?
You have to propose it to him.
So I'm then proposing it to Councillor Strathopoulos.
We'll tell him what it is.
Have you proposed the amendment?
I want a timeline in the investigation for such safety rail in your amendment.
Any particular date?
September 2025.
I don't accept the amendment.
You do not accept it?
Clearly haven't thought about the date. It's just something you plucked out of the sky.
Look,
consulted with your colleague there. Let's pick a date, and that's the date you come up with.
Yeah.
September is exactly 6 months from today.
Okay, so he hasn't accepted the amendment. So you.
Look, Madam Mayor,
back to the original question. Do you accept his original amendment? Otherwise, we'll debate his amendment. That's the options right now.
I don't accept at this stage.
Okay. So, Councillor Strathopoulos, do you wish to speak for your amendment? Actually, first of all, I need to ask for a second for that amendment. Councillor Lansbury has seconded the amendment. Do you wish to speak for the amendment?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Councillor Lansbury?
Yeah, I'll just quickly speak to it. The reason why I'm seconding Councillor Strathopoulos' amendment is because it's the correct process. Once again, we're back at this situation of just allocating funding for something randomly that we have no real reason or no real understanding of whether it's required or needed, just putting in the budget arbitrarily, which is not the correct process. You need a report. We've had these discussions before. You've had amendments here before, Councillor Gow. It's unfortunate that this time you didn't just accept Councillor Strathopoulos' amendment. This is the process we need to follow at council. We need to investigate to see if it's feasible, if it's warranted. engineering wise, if it can be done, those things that need to be done. When I saw this on the business paper, originally I was like, oh, okay, I've never known of any issues there. And I honestly haven't. And I'd be the first one to say that we needed something there if we did, but I have never witnessed anything. I've never heard about anything. The only concern that I've really got with that intersection is when you're turning left off Railway Parade over the bridge, it's very narrow. That's not included within your motion at all. You know, it's the arrows that were put in there. I don't know, maybe 12 months ago, it could be longer. They made a huge improvement to traffic movement because you've got green arrows turning right from the bridge. That wasn't there in the original construction. There is a right turning arrow from Elizabeth Street. So like there are a lot of safety factors there in place, and perhaps there could be scope for some sort of fencing or bollards outside the restaurant or on the other lights. But I don't know. I'm not an engineer, neither are any of us apart from council officers. So that's why I'm supporting Councillor Stratokopoulos' amendment.
Well, as a right of reply, Councillor Lansbury, you mentioned that you have not heard from anybody about the safety issues at that intersection. Well, I think to no one's surprise, we as a team have door-knocked those areas through and through, spent time in people's living rooms talking about these issues. I didn't door-knock your house, though, you said. I make my apologies for that, Councillor Lansbury. But I have spoken with the businesses, the affected businesses outside Railway Parade, and there is such a strong appetite for something to be done at this intersection to protect pedestrians, to protect their customers who, you know, regularly commute there in the morning, in the evening. I think it's just something so integral to. It's a first step to actually revitalising Ottawa. We can't miss this opportunity.
Okay, so we've got the amendment moved by Stratokopoulos, second by Councillor Lansbury.
Can I briefly speak against it?
Yes.
I'll be very short, Madam Mayor. Just in respect of the concerns raised tonight, I'm speaking against the motion particularly because
against the amendment?
Sorry, to the amendment proposed by Councillor Stratokopoulos. The concern I have is, yes, maybe you haven't heard of any accidents from talking to the community locally, particularly on the lower side. A lot of them have disclosed to us that there have been accidents at that intersection. Specifically coming over Lily Street, when you turn right, there's been from doing train stalls and being in the area quite often more recently through the campaign, there are concerns around the driving behaviour there, and that's what's really antagonised this concern from the community in that area about having a safe guardrail. That has come up in the conversations we've had with people, and we're just merely advocating for what people have asked for, given that people have, made that very clear to us in the past fortnight. So I understand what you're saying, Councillor Lansbury, but I think what the need is there from what we've spoken to the community. Sorry, we didn't door knock you yet, but I think from who we door knocked about 500 odd people down on that corner. So I think that's what we're trying to advocate from what's been requested from the community.
I think the amendment speaks to the safety issue, so hopefully it will address that. I'm going to put the amendment to a vote. If we could please go around the room.
Madam Mayor.
For the amendment.
Councillor Allison.
For.
Councillor Amber Haber-Hart. Against. Councillor Anzalotti.
Against.
Councillor Arthur.
Against.
Councillor Demoski.
For.
Councillor Gow.
Against.
Councillor Jamison.
For.
Councillor Lansbury. For. Councillor Liu.
For the amendment.
Councillor Marnie.
For.
Councillor Mort. Councillor Pun.
Against.
Councillor Stratokopoulos.
For.
Councillor Wang.
Against.
9 votes for, 6 votes against.
I declare the amendment carried.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make another amendment to that motion.
So the amendment now becomes the motion.
No, because I didn't accept Councillor Stratokopoulos' amendment He didn't accept
So just hang on a second. So the amendment is carried. And so that amendment now becomes the motion. It sits in Councillor Stratokopoulos' name with Councillor Lansbury as the seconder. You can propose an amendment to that motion.
I propose an amendment to that motion. That's what I'm doing out of it.
You can do that.
Thank you for following process there. So I propose that, so the words of the new vote, the Councillor Stratokopoulos' amendment, reads that the General Manager investigate the demand and feasibility of the installation of a safety fence at Railway Parade at the intersection of Lily Street and Elizabeth Street in Nullarbor. I'd like the motion to read, provide a report back to the council of within the next 6 months. And
I'm not going to allow that, Councillor Gow, because that was just not accepted at the last item.
Well, I'd like to put that amendment up for a vote. And I want the votes to be recorded, Madam Mayor.
Okay, we'll put it to a vote.
Yeah. So can we sorry. So the intersection of Business Street and provide the report back to the council in the next 6 months at the date in 2025. Given the urgency of the safety issue at that intersection.
You seconding that? You second that, Councillor McPhail?
So I want Mr. Gravel to vote. I'd like the votes to be recorded, Madam Mayor.
I think they've been recorded in all of it, so you should be good there.
Can I just say something, if that's all right? Am I able to?
You want to speak against the amendment?
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but anyway, I appreciate how Councillor Gow's talked about the Penshurst one, and I'll just give you an idea that there were literally lots of accidents. The bollards had been crashed. There was a car that turned upside down, and that took a long time to get. So in perspective, like usually it's something, and we didn't door knock for it. I can tell you that people shouting it out at me, and there was a lot of people that were coming down and actually speaking about it. And I think Councillor Amber Harper attended a meeting where that was a big issue, and that still took months. So I'm just saying that maybe you need to sort of understand that issue compared to all the other safety issues is probably something that you learn that's what council staff can decide which is a higher priority.
Councillor Lansbury. Councillor Lansbury has a question. Sorry, she had a line on first.
Can I ask a question of the director? How many of these sorts of requests would you receive in an average month in your area, do you think?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the traffic team receive between 100 and 150 requests similar to this each month. 30 of those sort of translate into reports to the traffic committee. So that just sort of gives you an idea of the volume that the team is actually dealing with at the moment.
Which leads me to my next question. How long would something like this normally take to turn over, would you think?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, the team would triage these sorts of requests based on anecdotal feedback. So if this was deemed as, anecdotally a clear safety risk, it probably would push to the top of the pile. They would then do a site assessment to see whether it was actually, warranted that they put time and effort into this. As I say, 30 a month. We're having to prioritise on almost a daily basis. Each of the officers that work in the traffic team, they're doing about 10 of these things a month.
Councillor Marnie.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. If I just make a comment, I put a question of notice in the paper after tonight's meeting to do with the actual system in place for roundabouts, speed humps, etc. And I guess the safety barrier would fall into the same category. And the reason for asking that question was to, educate councillors and the public. There's a long process. And when I got into council, I thought I could get speed reduced roundabouts done. It isn't that easy. And as our director's just pointed out, there's a long list of of priorities that need to be actioned. It can't be done that quickly, unfortunately.
Okay, I'm going to put the second amendment that is up on the screen, moved by Councillor Gao, second by Councillor Amber Haberha, and it is adding, where is the wording? Sorry, is it that provide a report back to council? Oh, it's in part 1. Provide the report back to council by September 2025, given the urgency of the intersection, and provide a report once the investigation is completed. So that's the amendment. Well, if we could please go around and take the vote.
Your vote, please, Madam Mayor.
Against.
Councillor Allison.
Against.
Councillor Amber Haberha.
For.
Councillor Anzalotti.
For.
Councillor Arthur.
For.
Councillor Demoski.
Against.
Councillor Gao.
For.
Councillor Jamison.
Against.
Councillor Lansbury.
Against.
Councillor Liu.
Against.
Councillor Marnie.
Against.
Councillor Mort.
Against.
Councillor Pun.
For.
Councillor Stratokopoulos.
Against.
Councillor Wang.
For.
9 votes against, 6 votes for.
I declare the amendment lost. We revert back to the what became the motion at the last amendment, which is moved by Councillor Stratokopoulos, seconded by Councillor Lansbury, and I'm going to put that to a vote. If we could please now vote on the what is the became the motion with Councillor Stratokopoulos's amendment there, and it's that the General Manager investigate the demand and feasibility of the installation of a safety fence at Railway Parade at the intersection of Lily Street and Elizabeth Street in Allawah, and provide a report back to council once the investigation is completed. So that is the motion now. That is the motion that we are voting on. Sorry, if you could take the vote, please.
Your vote, please, Madam Mayor.
For.
Councillor Allison.
For.
Councillor Amber Haberha. For. Councillor Anzalotti.
For.
Councillor Arthur.
For.
Councillor Demoski.
For.
Councillor Gao.
For.
Councillor Jamison. Councillor Lansbury.
For.
Councillor Liu.
For.
Councillor Marnie.
For.
Councillor Mort. Councillor Pun.
For.
Councillor Stratokopoulos.
For.
Councillor Wang.
For.
15 votes for, unanimous.
I declare that motion carried unanimously. And we move to NM 022-25, Development Application Processing Times. Councillor Anzalotti.
Can I have a mover for this?
Councillor Arthur has seconded that. So you got the mover?
Yeah. Okay. All right. So I'm not going to read through it because we all can read, and I'm sure you've all sat down and read it. Now, I don't want terms to be thrown around at me tonight like I'm politicising this, because every single councillor in this room has done exactly that tonight. Okay. This is about me, like Councillor Jamison said, residents yelling out at me from their homes. Every afternoon I get phone calls. I'm calling into their homes. I'm sitting down with them, and they are talking about these challenges that they are facing on a basis when they're trying to submit DA applications. And again, this is not state government, like it's been thrown around the room tonight. It's not about state government housing policies. This is actually about the mums and dads that I've sat down with who can't build their family home, who come against roadblocks, who can't put that carport in, who can't put that pool in. All right, I want to put into a little bit of perspective for you. I did submit a motion similar to this at last council meeting, and it was withdrawn because Councillor Wang had questions on notice. I then resubmitted this motion prior to any correspondence that we knew of from Minister Scully. So I need to make that clear before anybody stands up and throws I'm politicising this topic around tonight. All right, so I'm rising to ask for strong support for this motion, which calls for urgent action to address ongoing issues of long processing times for development applications, DAs, in Georges River Council. I want to begin by acknowledging the hard work that went into generating the report to Minister Scully, which was discussed earlier. And I appreciate the Director's efforts in liaising with residents who have contacted him and really fleshed out concerns with them. However, while this report highlights issues, and I think this comes back to Councillor Khan's discussion tonight. It's important to move beyond discussion and start implementing some real tangible strategies to improve the situation. So we're not alone in facing the challenges, which is an issue that Councillor Lansbury actually raised. Minister Scully has called for attention to the significant delays in DA processing times across several local governments or councils, including Georges River. The Minister underscores the importance of reducing approved times to better meet community expectations and improve the efficiency of planning systems. He has also stressed that many councils, including ours, have not fully embraced best practice, okay, or modernised their systems, resulting in these continued delays that our residents are facing. So this ongoing problem, as has been raised by Councillor Lansbury, has been persistent for some time. And it's clear that urgent action is needed. Okay, this motion directly aligns with Minister Scully's call for better accountability, and I understand that. So it's aligned, and what it's doing, it's calling for better accountability and faster action to improve DA processing. I'm asking that we use this moment to address these concerns based on and take meaningful steps to reduce the delays and improve the application experience. So the numbers are clear. With an average of 289 days to process DAs, Georges River is amongst the slowest in Sydney. Even with some recent improvements reducing some applications to 164 days, we're still far from meeting the New South Wales Government recommended target. So these delays are just more than statistics. As a speaker mentioned tonight, they have real tangible consequences for our residences and our businesses. Families are left unable to begin long-planned home renovations. Businesses face uncertainty, unable to expand or invest in our local economy. Critical housing projects, which we desperately need, are stalled at a time where we should be doing everything. And I know that we are trying to increase the housing supply. So furthermore, residents and developers are often given incorrect and contradictory information when navigating the process. Many have experienced the frustration of receiving conflicting advice, as we heard tonight, from multiple staff members, which leads to confusion, delays, and constant mistakes. Some residents have been trapped in a cycle of resubmitting applications over and over again, leading to not only frustration but unnecessary costs. I've only just learnt today that there's actually a family in Oatley who fitted a $125,000 bill after submitting DA after DA after DA with no resolution. So this is emptying the pockets of families and developers who are already financially stressed. In addition to these delays and costs, the information that residents and developers rely on is often difficult to navigate in the system. The one-size-fits-all approach, where standard checklists and guidelines are applied to every application regardless of its specific circumstances, simply does not work. So every development is unique, and this generic approach only creates confusion and more mistakes. We need to move beyond these outdated practices and adopt a more tailored, flexible approach that takes into account the nuances of each application. Okay, everybody's backyard block is completely different. So this issue is not a new one for our council, as been highlighted multiple times tonight. And the challenges with the DA delays have been ongoing for years and well beyond my time as a councillor. And I'm not saying I'm an expert. I'm just standing up here to advocate for the residents who have elected me to do so on their behalf. I don't know what I'm doing, okay, but that doesn't mean I need to be spoken at like a child reminded constantly at the same time. So the longer that these delays are continued, okay, the longer the frustrations of these residents are at a heightened experience. So prolonged DA approval times undermine the trust of our community places in us and erode confidence in our ability to deliver our promises. It's time to act and take necessary steps to address the problems once and for all. So the issue is not just about efficiency, it's about livelihood, it's about stability, and it's about confidence that our community has in us as a council. The longer that these delays are continued, the more effect every resident, business and developer lacks in our local area. The frustration is palpable. I'm sitting in residents' houses constantly hearing their stories and I'm listening to them. So other councils has successfully tackled the issues with real results. Canterbury Bankstown have reduced delays by implementing fast-track assessment programs for low-risk applications, utilising AI-based planning tools to streamline approval processes. Central Coast Council introduced a concierge service to help applicants before they submit their applications, which has helped prevent errors and delays. Blacktown City Council adopted a pre-lodgement advisory service, ensuring that applications are complete and ready to process from the start to stop all of this error and cost on our residents. So there is no reason why Georgia River cannot flesh out that report even further. Okay, what I'm calling for is transparency, and we know that we need that. We must commit to publishing quarterly updates on DA processing times with detailed breakdowns of applications and the percentage of DAs processed within the 40-day target. This will ensure our community stays informed and help us become more accountable. We need to look at modern, proven strategies, need to adopt fast-track systems for low-risk applications, a case management approach for complex DAs, and upgrade our digital systems to improve efficiency of the entire process. Again, I'm asking for collaboration with the state government, okay, and I know we've spoken about it. It's essential that we engage with the state government and other key stakeholders to secure the necessary resources, funding, or even just legislative support to help reduce the DA backlogs and streamline this process even further. We're at this point at council where we can actually make decisive action. We need to send a clear message to our residents, okay? Not just the residents, the business owners and the developers, that we're committed to change, that we're serious about reducing delays and modernising the DA approval process to meet the needs of our community. So I'm asking you to support this motion because our community deserves better, and we need to take the necessary steps to restore trust in our residents, our ratepayers, and improve our local economy and ensure that residents and businesses are no longer held back by unnecessary delays, scattered information and mounting costs which can be unavoidable.
Councillor Marnie.
Just have a question.
Councillor Anzotti, if you could just turn that much, thank you.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Look, I thank Councillor Anzotti for sentiments in advancing this as a notice of motion. However, the intent and content of her motion appears to parallel what we discussed earlier tonight at CCL 02025, set expectations, endorsement for written response and action plan to DPHI. Through you, Madam Mayor, I've got a question for the Director. Is this notice of motion essentially the same as CCL 02025? Thank you.
To the Director.
Okay. Is this notice of motion essentially the same as CCL 02025?
Which is the item in the environment planning earlier on tonight.
I suppose. Madam Mayor and Councillors, look, the motion is, as I said in the Director's comment, it's largely consistent with what's been responded to in the previous report. There are a couple of gaps where I've alluded and suggested I can update some of the gaps where it doesn't immediately align in terms of maybe item D, engagement with the state, could be beefed up, and specific barriers contributing. Sorry, I'm jumping up to item A.2. Specific barriers contributing to delays in the meeting that New South Wales government's 40-day target. I don't think I've directly addressed that, so hence I said it's largely the same sort of response that you get in the previous report. Yeah.
Councillor Lansbury.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I had a question as well, but I'd also like to commend Councillor Anzalotti on the motion and the commitment that she's got to this particular issue and the passion that she spoke with tonight. I know that this means a lot to her. My concern with it is that it does seem to reflect a lot of what's contained in the report that we dealt with earlier tonight. And I was going to ask a very similar question to Councillor Marnie. Is there anything in addition to here that we could is there anything, if we were to carry this motion tonight, it's not going to negate the previous report that we had, but is it superfluous? Like, is there anything in here really that we haven't included within the action plan? I think you mentioned something about engaging with state government, but I thought that was on the action plan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Councillors. Oh, look, this is directly consistent with the previous bit of work. I'm happy to take on or make it a response to the author to see what the gaps are exactly, but I'd be taking this as passed and just moved into addressing it in the transparent manner that's called for by the Speaker and Council in terms of what's endorsed. You know, I too take the opportunity to thank Council Laws, not just Councilman Zalope, but the others who refer issues the community have to me so I can have a look and see what I'm finding. And I'm finding a lot, and your understanding helps me. And then we end up with trying to improve it all together, and that's where I need council support to do that. So yes.
And Behaviour.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I'm fading. Just, I think probably in the same similar vein what Councillor Lansbury and Councillor Marnie has asked. I think through you, Madam Mayor, to the Director, I think what's being asked of is more of a detailed report, which is what we discussed. I think also Councillor Pun had already questioned around the action plan. I think it would give us as councillors some meat to have discussions with residents about what we're doing as a council, and giving a bit of a time frame so we can help communicate that with our community, particularly residents who are quite concerned, because the issues that I'm hearing as well, not only delayed DAs, but you know, driveway applications are taking bloody long to even be processed, like those kind of things. If we get that detailed report, I think that will give us something useful as councillors to help advocate what council is doing to help address the issues.
Councillor Jamison.
I guess I've got a question. I appreciate that if we're going to cut DA times, a customer service, and that's one of the things that we've discussed, the customer service is going to go down because you've got to be able to stop and basically, I guess, just reject the applications. The other thing I'm worried about is, do you understand what I'm trying to say? To be able to speed it up, we spoke about it at the council and at the briefing, but maybe it's better if you re-explain it instead of myself. Okay.
So what's the question? Will customer service suffer to try to meet the lower DA timeframe target?
Madam Mayor and Council, I previously stated to reduce the number arbitrarily, chase the number, you would need to be much firmer up front, and that might give you a number, but it gives you an customer experience. I don't think that's our remit for the community, full stop. So as much as we'd like to get the number down, I'm going to still hold out hope that we can do as Councillor Pun said, and strike a middle ground where we are much better, and Councillor Anzalotti, where we're much better at the front end, expectations are set, and we don't get to the point where it's onto the third officer, contradictory information, etc., money building up, full stop. So I can't see myself bringing down a number just for the sake of it, because that contradicts what we're here to do for the community. So I'm going to go for that little magic little unicorn spot in the middle. And get the balance right. Numbers are showing, we are showing improvement. The letter is about showing improvement. Take on Councillor MBA has point about telling the community as well, which we can tailor the report to quite easily. But I hold out hope that we have a middle ground there and amongst all that. Because I don't think we should be unilaterally just slicing numbers straight down for the sake of it. Ironically, doesn't get us housing supply, which I can elaborate on a bit more if I need to.
Councillor Pun.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Director Hill. Just in respect of arbitrary numbers, I just wanted to note this motion doesn't go or talk about those numbers. This essentially is going to my earlier point about beefing up the report, and I think Councillor Anzalotti's motion as written will allow for that in substance. I do want to make a couple of points here that I wasn't able to make before, and it's the level of apathy that I'm starting to hear from some of the residents and through some of the developers. It's quite unfortunate and sad. When I spoke to a resident in Hurstville, whose English wasn't terrible, which wasn't fantastic, they contacted me through their architect, and I had a long chat to him. And we've been trying to push that and resolve that for a month or two now. And when this issue was highlighted again, I checked in and I said, how's it going? You know, what's the update? And the response is, mate, they don't care anymore. They're going to move out. You know, they're just going to fold cards they're tired of this driveway application. They don't want to do anything, and that's repeated in that case study that we saw in Oatley too. And it's causing that apathy and that regret, that sense of, well, I don't know what's going to happen. And people are spending large amounts of money on this, and I think it's just a terrible factor to consider. And to my colleague's suggestion here, I think if we can give the residents something to tell them that there is a plan forward, then I think that we can begin to have this constructive conversation with residents and say, you know what, we took it to council and we're able to get them to commit to a forward plan that comprehensively understands what's going on and what the future looks like. And I think that's the key. I think just people want to hear that they're being listened to and that there is something that's on the horizon. Thank you.
Councillors, I'm just going to call for another procedural motion for another extension of time. And Councillor Lang, you'll move that. I'll say move it till, I think we don't need a second of a procedural motion, so I say move it to 12:30. We've got a few items to go. So I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against, declare it carried. And where were we up to? We are on, yep, finished speaking, Councillor Hunt, sorry.
Sorry. Look, it's getting tight, but I think the point is that if I could just be allowed to repeat myself because we were a little bit distracted. I think Councillor Anzalotti's motion does indeed go to my earlier concerns that there are ways in which this council can demonstrate that it is speaking and listening to residents, that they are on the path to, you know, a more robust process in which Director Hill's team is well resourced, or that there are plans going ahead towards that. And some of the stories we're hearing are really unfortunate. And again, I just want to underscore that apathy, that people just are starting to move out. You know, like, and I have to underscore that. Like, the saddest thing, you know, the 15 of us have been elected here to represent this council. You know, we all live here and we're proud of living here. And for a resident to say that, you know what, I give up, man, it's tough. And I think if we can support Councillor Anzalotti's motion, we can go back to those residents and go, look, guys, yes, it's not going to happen overnight. It's not going to happen in 28 days, but there is a plan. We've pushed them. They're going to set something in motion, and that's what I'm asking for. Thank you.
Councillor Jamieson.
I don't know. I think we all acknowledge that there's a problem with DAs, and I guess it's just going back to the fact that I would have hoped that what the director has presented to us was a plan to go forward. So in that case, I'm thinking, is this a duplicate? Like, I guess that's the question that's what I'm sort of thinking about, is that yes, we want to go forward, but we've already got a plan. We've already voted on the plan. Maybe we should have changed if there's anything that we needed to previously, but why have two motions that do exactly the same thing?
I think the director has highlighted a couple of points in the motion. I think bringing a report back to the next meeting is probably, yeah, if you would like to speak to that.
Madam Mayor, councillors. Cut to the chase, really, this is in violent agreement with the previous bit with the overlay of the community sentiment, needing to see more transparent action from council. Item A calls for a report for the next meeting. If that was, you know, these points were taken on board for reporting at the next time I report, then that just combines into the next quarterly report, which, whilst it's scheduled for July, there's nothing to say that there's a lot going on at the moment. There's nothing to say that I can't do that earlier on the premise of communicating with council and the community, that go to a planning committee report as an update slightly earlier. But you're all on the same page, really.
So when you say do you mean the building and assessment metrics report that goes to the Environment and Planning Committee?
Yes, yes. So
that report, that quarterly report that we received in that committee,
yep,
you're proposing that report includes some of this information.
That's what I'm proposing. And given the heightened interest, it might be that there's an interim one that actually outlines more specifically what we're doing to the community. I've got plenty here to community. As Councillor Blunt said, I met the bundle seat and resources and get going. I've got the mandate. I really appreciate that. As part of that, I'll just adjust it so we're communicating a bit earlier and a bit more purposefully.
Can I propose an amendment then that we say provide a detailed report to the next Environment and Planning Committee meeting? Provide provide the detail below in the next building and metrics report to the when it's scheduled for the next Environment and Planning Committee. Sorry, let me write that up.
So that would be early June.
That council include the information below in the next building and metric report. Is that it? Yeah, good. Building and
Development building statistics, quarterly statistics report.
Development building. Is it? It's called
Development and building. Quarterly metrics report. Take out assessment.
Who's doing that? So I'm going to propose that amendment, Councillor Anzalotti, in part A. So instead of provide a detailed report to the next council meeting, that I've just sent that to you, Marissa, that council include the information below in the next development and building quarterly metrics report. And then that replaces the first part of part A. The first part, so where it says provide a detailed report at the next meeting, outlining the below, that yeah. So the question we put to Councillor Anzalotti, if she accepts that, that's it. You happy with that?
So what's the difference between next council meeting and next similar timeline?
That's a quarterly report reported to the Environment and Planning Committee meeting on a quarterly basis. So it's an existing report that reports on all of the development and building assessments. So the number of DAs that are submitted, how many are approved, how many. It's an existing report of metrics around development and assessment. Is that right?
Can I add one more point?
Yes.
Councillors, it might be that once we issue the action plan to the Minister and we get a response from the Minister, agreeing, disagreeing, or adding value or the likes, that needs an update back to Council. So there's an interim chance to basically give you an update on the action plan where that's it. With a lot of this information, which is already at hand and will embellish, can be reported sooner than that quarterly process. So wait for the Minister's reply.
And so, Councillor Anzalotti, you accept that amendment, and Councillor Arthur, do you accept it as well? You're ready to vote, Councillor Arthur. Okay. Is anybody else wish to speak for or against the motion? Okay, I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against? I declare it carried. Next one is NM 02325, council related development application policy. Councillor Lansbury, sorry.
Thanks, that's me. I'm
Councillor Moore, are you seconding this one?
Yep. Thanks. No. I'm proposing an amendment, which is a part 4, which hopefully is available. I'll quickly read it. It's that for future council-led development applications assessed as medium or high risk under the policy, councils are provided with a briefing on the DA prior to it being forwarded for assessment to an external independent consultant or planner. Hopefully that will appear on the screen, but I'll just quickly speak to it because I know everyone's exhausted. This just kind of ties in with the issue that we had with the DA at Cars Park, which was very timely that we had the policy at the last council meeting from the, Committee and Culture Committee, I think, whichever it was. about council-led development, and with the Cars Park DA, it just sort of highlighted possibly a bit of a flaw in the process that we didn't know about it until it kind of hit the streets, and I would like to sort of safeguard that from happening with potentially high risk, like I would consider the Cars Park one, the Cars Park DA potentially high risk because of, you saw our speaker, you heard our speaker tonight, they're very well organised and we've experienced how well organised they are. So I just think if we were briefed on something like this, we may have been able to head it off at the pass. So councillors, I'm just seeking your support for this motion.
Councillor Moore, do you wish to speak to this one? Is that right? Now, Deputy Mayor Liu, you wish to speak to it?
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. Very quickly, yes, I fully support this one. I think it's a sensible way to have these being in place. So give up next time. Give us a heads up and report before these proceedings go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so any speakers against? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against, declare it carried. Last item is NM 02425, parking issues in Cogra and Carlton. Councillor Gow's not here. We'll defer that to the next council meeting, as Councillor Gow's not here to move it. We'll go to questions with notice. First one is QWN 005-25, committee involvement with Australia Day on.
No more questions.
More
We've been heard from the public forum already. So that's where I stand for. Thank you.
Thank you. Question with notice 006. Councillor Pun has left. That's the update of what she caught. Is there any other questions? No. Question with notice 00725. Facilities to improve traffic and pedestrian movement and safety. Councillor Marnie, any further questions?
Thank you.
No. Question with notice 008-25. Use of second generation anticoagulant with rodenticide. Councillor Allison. Any questions? No. No. And question with notice 009-25. Patrols of cars, Bush Park. Councillor Lansbury.
I do have questions, but given the lateness of the hour, I'm just going to talk to the director directly.
Okay, sweet. Everyone's happy with that. Okay. So we now need to move to closed session. So at this point in time, the time being 12:11 p.m., the meeting will move into a committee of the whole to allow consideration of a matter in closed session in accordance with Section 10A of the Local Government Act 1993, that in accordance with Section 10A, Clause 2 of the Local Government Act 1993, Council enter into closed sessions to discuss CCL 008A25, naming rights agreement with Net Strata. And I need to read this bit.
Madam, I just have a question about going to close confidential for the second item that you're looking for. Sorry. Matter CCL 0098-25, General Manager's Performance Review. Just wanted to get advice as to what basis what we're relying on to go into confidential for that item.
Yeah, so the question is why are we going into confidential for General Manager's Performance Review?
This matter deals with personal matters concerning particular individual.
That in accordance with Section 10A(2)(a) is considered the matter deals with personnel matters concerning particular individuals or other than councillors. I'm just going to finish reading out the whole spiel if I can. So I've just said we're going in for CCL 008A25, naming rights agreement with Net Strata, that in accordance with the provision of Part 1 of Chapter 4 of the Local Government Act 1993, the matters dealt with in this report be considered in closed council meeting at which the press and public are excluded in accordance with Section 10A(2)(c), D, I, and G. It is considered the information that would, if disclosed, confer a commercial advantage on a person with whom the council is conducting or proposes to conduct business, and concerns commercial information of confidential nature that would, if disclosed, prejudice the position of a person who supplied it, and contains advice concerning litigation or advice that would otherwise be privileged from production in legal proceedings on the ground of legal professional privilege. The second item we're going into confidential for is CCL 009A25, General Manager's Performance Review, that in accordance with section 10A2A, it is considered the matter deals with personnel matters concerning particular individuals other than councillors. Accordingly, members of the press and public are excluded from the closed session, and access to the correspondence and reports relating to the items considered during the course of the closed session will be withheld. I will ask the General Manager if there have been any written representations of objection from the public.
Through you, Madam Mayor, no, there hasn't.
Are there any objections from members of the public gallery as to the reasons for moving into closed session? No, all gone. Okay, can I please call for a mover to move into the confidential? Councillor Mort, and a seconder, Councillor Lansbury. I will put that motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against, I declare that carried. For the members of the public and the press, live streaming will cease and resume following the confidential session of council. Once the items are addressed, the live streaming will recommence and the resolutions which occurred in closed session will be confirmed. We will then deal with the remaining items on the agenda if there are any. So just wait for the confirmation. We're back on. Okay, we're back in open council. If we could please display up on screen the two motions that were carried in the confidential. Now I need to call for a motion to adopt the resolutions of the closed session, that the Committee of the Whole recommendations from the closed session in relation to items CCL 008A25 and CCL 009A25 of this meeting be received and noted as a resolution of council without any alteration or amendment thereto, that the recommendations of the closed session be adopted as follows. So I've got to read them out, Vicky. Yep. Okay. So the first one was the naming rights agreement with Netstrata. Council resolved that council receive and note the McGrath-Nicol report into Netstrata dated 25 February 2025, that the General Manager terminate the naming rights agreement with Netstrata for Jubilee Stadium, that the General Manager conduct a tender process for the naming rights associated with the Jubilee Stadium and prepare an evaluation report for the council's consideration. The record of voting was, it was carried unanimously. And then the General Manager's performance review is that the council receive and note the process of setting out the performance agreement and review of the General Manager's performance as outlined in the mayoral minute. Appoint a review panel comprising the Mayor, Councillor Elise Ball, Councillor Sam Stratokopoulos, Councillor Catherine Lansbury, and delegate to the review panel the authority to undertake performance reviews of the General Manager with the assistance of external facilitator Christian Morris, Manager, Local Government Management Solutions. The review panel and the General Manager will appoint Mr. Morris to develop a new performance agreement and facilitate the performance review process. This delegation is to be exercised in accordance with the requirements of the Act of Local Government General Regulation 2021 New South Wales, the requirements of any other relevant act, law or regulation, and any relevant resolution or policy of council. This delegation is effective from the date of the council resolution adopting this procedure to the completion of the delegated performance management tasks at the end of the term of council, and the review panel members will receive training in conducting a performance review of the General Manager prior to being required to conduct a performance review. And the record of voting was that it was carried unanimously as well. Councillors, before I, can I please, so Councillor Deputy Mayor Liu has moved that, seconded by Councillor Mort. That's to adopt the items from the closed session. Before I put that to a vote, I just have some very quick comments on the Netstrata motion I'd like to say in open council. The decision to terminate the naming rights agreement with Netstrata for Jubilee Stadium was not made lightly. For the past 12 months, Council has exercised patience and due diligence, awaiting the outcome of an independent investigation following serious allegations against Netstrata. We have now received the New South Wales Fair Trading Report prepared by independent examiner McGrath-Nicol, which is publicly available. This report contains a number of adverse findings against Netstrata. Given these findings and our contractual relationship with the company, Council's public standing could be at risk if we were to maintain the agreement. In light of this, I firmly believe Council has made the right decision to end the partnership. While there will be financial implications, specifically a temporary loss of sponsorship revenue as we seek a new naming rights partner, this is a necessary step to uphold the integrity of our council and the reputation of Jubilee Stadium. And some sacrifices are worth making, and this is one of them. So I will just now put that to a vote, the procedural motion to adopt those items from the closed session. All those in favour say aye. All those against, I declare it carried. There being no other business on the agenda, I declare the meeting closed at 12:40 a.m.